Alrighty, and we're live yet again. It's become not only just a journey, it's become fun. It's a battle. You know, a lot of people don't understand yet what's happening, and that's okay. Just because you don't understand what's happening doesn't mean that you can't participate or you're not helpful or that things aren't happening. But there's a battle going on. And I'm not saying that war is fun. I'm not saying that we should encourage violence or conflicts. On the contrary, peace. Peace will happen. Peace needs to happen. And it's beginning to happen. Every single day, it's going to escalate more and more and more. Anyone who's exploiting, anyone who's causing darkness, anyone who's spreading problems is going to be stopped. That's a fact. That's my wish. That's my prayer. And as every single person starts realizing and waking up to what is actually happening, all of those things will happen every single day. So this is a warning. This is a moment of joy for the people who are doing good, who are spreading love, who are helping others. But for those who aren't, this is your warning. Change your behavior now. Repent. Walk the path of repentance and redemption, or else things will happen. People will not stand for being exploited and being slaves any longer. There are messages being delivered to many different people, including myself. And there's one thing that's very clear, is that this is the way. This is the new future. A new world is being created. And either heed the call, change your ways, adapt, or don't be sad when things happen. Because all those people who have been confused why the dark, the evil has been rewarded all this time. We'll talk about this in depth, but there are things that had taken over essentially the world. Think of it as an entity, think of it as a president, think of it as whatever makes sense to you. But just if you felt like dark was being rewarded, it was intentionally designed that way. But this is the counter push. This is finally the blows have been dodged and the strike is coming back. And they don't have a chance. They don't have a chance. So this is the last warning for anyone who's still walking a path of selfishness and exploitation and slavery and evil and not helping. This is it. Either change your behavior now, or there will be divine punishment. If there's one sign that has been clear to me after everything I've been through, it's that. All those people who have been praying, all those people who have been begging, all those people who have been hoping, who've been looking for the light in the darkness, it's coming. It's happening literally as we speak right now. Your prayers are being answered. But for those who continue to not change their ways, be prepared. So with that said, why do I say that it's actually become fun? Because passion, hope, impact. And it's not about the numbers. It's not about who this reaches. It's about finally finding something, connecting with your higher self. And we're going to talk a lot about that today. But it's rediscovering who you are. We have forgotten actually how the world works and the connection humanity has with the higher beings. And, some people call it God, some people call it something else, but it's all the same thing. And there are things up there, and they are communicating with us, and there are things around us. Literally, there are things around me right now. And just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there, right? Because otherwise you could say, hey, is anything that's happening in a different country, news, stuff like that, even happening? I'm not there to see it. So is it happening? I'm not there to hear it. So is it happening? How can I prove, how can I confirm that it happened? Right? So I just want people to understand that that's where I was going with when I'm saying it's fun, because this is extremely serious. This might be the most serious turning point. Think of it like in a graph of performance. Actually, I need to stop and start recording. Okay, let's get started. All right, let's get started. Here we go. All right, so for those of you who might watch this recording later, I use Descript to record my episodes as I'm recording it live. All righty, let's do this. Sip of coffee. So we just always do a little bit of a warm-up before we get started, just to get into the zone. Yes, that was a warm-up. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Today we're writing the Bible against fear and insecurity. This one has been a long time coming. It's already been in the works. Every single piece that I've written, every single thing I've recorded, every single message, every single thing that I do is tied to this. Essentially, this is everything. This is the game of life. You could say self-awareness. Some people call it, confidence. It doesn't matter what name you put on it. The point is, everything in life revolves around this. If you can understand how to defend yourself against the things that are literally causing the problems around you, well, then fewer problems exist. And if you come to understand that there's things happening that literally have caused every single problem in your life, well, then you can start saying, wait a minute, do I want to continue living in that world? Do I want to continue being stuck as a slave, serving a master who's literally serving another master who just wants to use us for our energy, for our time, for our hopes, for our dreams, for our wishes? I have found that once most people understand what's happening, they not only snap out of it, they open their eyes and they are like, how is this possible? How is this happening? I always thought something was off, but I could never piece it together. So let's begin. It's time. It's time to put the light that is radiating out of each one of us on the highest point that we can reach. Why is that? Because speaking of, I need to turn on this light. The more light, the better. So, as you noticed, even I was like, wait, it's darker than it should be. We need to find a way to put our light as high as possible so that it radiates and illuminates everything else around us. So for people trying to understand what that means is that, think of it like in your family. Everyone is being constantly barraged and attacked by darkness. If you have most light in your family, you need to position yourself in such a way that you can illuminate the path for the rest of them. They're lost. They can't see. I mean, imagine navigating a new house or apartment in the darkness. You might crash into things, you might bump into things, you might step on like Legos or dog bones, and you're just like, oh my gosh, what is happening? What if the moment you walked out in the darkness and you don't know where the light switches are, your brother, who's the light, comes out of his room. It's like, hold on 1 second. And they turn on their phone. Their phone has the flashlight on, and then they show you where the switch is. And now, or they have a candle, like, here you go. now you can actually have hope to navigate that darkness because you have a light. That's literally how life works right now. And the sooner you come to understand that the outside world is currently completely consumed by darkness, but it's healing every single day, more so right now than ever before. Pay attention to what's happening in the world. There's a lot of dark being purged. And if you think that this is as eventful as it's going to get, this is just the beginning. That's why I gave everyone a warning earlier. If you continue to pursue a path of darkness, of exploitation, of slavery, of harm, be very careful, because you are going to have to repent. Redemption is coming for the people who've been good and who've had hope and who have prayed. If there's one sign that's been clear to me, that's been given to me, it's that. So if you've been struggling this entire time asking, why is this world so cruel? Listen to me. Listen to this guide. Follow my path. Do you believe it's possible to be blinded by excessive light? There's no such thing as excessive light, but you're going to be engulfed in it. Imagine what's happening right now as the equivalent of the parting of the Red Sea. Yesterday, we talked about how there's the old world, which is where we currently were. We're not there anymore. We've already started progressing our path to the new world over here. And there's a portal. And if we actually, right before to get to the new world, we have to walk through that portal. But once we're there, we reach unlimited freedom and unlimited options to rebuild something completely new, the way we decide to make it. So right now, the bridge is built, but so that's why I say think of it as like parting the Red Sea. But for you to actually cross the bridge, I need you to part all the obstacles yourself. So too many people have always interpreted the parting of the Red Sea as that someone is going to do it. Someone is doing it. But the point is, you also have to part your own sea. If you let things block your path, then you will never be able to cross the bridge, right? So for some people, that might be their family. For some people, it might be their job. For some people, it might be money. For some people, it might be traumas and insecurities, which is why all this information is being disclosed right now. It's so that you, yourself, you have way more power than you've ever possibly imagined. So that you, whoever's listening to this, whoever's hearing this, and the messages are going to be given to you and sent to you and spread to you in many different forms and fashions. So many people are not going to listen to this, but they are going to get the message. There are entities and forces and powers that are helping. I need you to believe that good is currently in full force. They've built up this moment for so long. It doesn't matter the exact time, but I just want you to know that everything that has been happening has been culminating up to now, to this moment, for people to finally understand this, to awaken, to open their eyes, to see what's out there so that they can cross the bridge. And we're going to leave behind the old world. And the unfortunate truth is, and I'm going to take a sip here because this part's a little sad. Some people might be left behind. But we're going to try everything possible to bring everyone along with us. My ask is to spread it, right? There's a reason. That's the only thing I'm asking. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for anything but for you to learn some of this, see what resonates, and then spread it. Teach other people. Why? Because those people that might be dark, that might have been completely consumed by the dark one, who just became exploitative, that they were destined for this. They were chosen at birth to become this. We need to try to save them. We need to try to help them, even if it's just literally dragging them. Just come on, cross the bridge. And like, no, I don't want to go to the light. I don't want to be nice. I don't want to help the homeless. I'm like, please, just try it. And you somehow get them across, and they make it across. They will heal. I'm not telling you to literally like kidnap and abduct people to do that, but sometimes we do need to show some force. So I've talked a lot about dark motivations with light actions. your motivation could be dark, right? You're like literally forcing them to heal. That's not a light motivation. You're forcing something on someone, but your actions on how you're going to do it is going to be filled with love and help and peace, right? So that's why it's going to be a light act. We need to try to save them. We need to try to heal them nonstop. But if they refuse, if they choose to stay behind in the old world and continue playing by the old rules that were intentionally created and designed to exploit and hurt people, it's their choice. They'll be left behind. Everyone else is going to ascend. Everyone else is going to experience paradise, a new world with new rules. So think about that. If you had that choice, what would you do? So speaking of that, if you've noticed, there's been a lot of rain. There's been a lot of floods. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the story of Noah's Ark. That's why we need to cross the bridge, because that other world is the Ark. It's happening as we speak right now. The world is undergoing those biblical events. The sooner you can come to terms with that, the sooner you can start making changes and impacts and behavior shifts that are aligned with that. If you choose not to, that's fine, but just be prepared for the consequences that will happen. I mean, it's literally going on as we speak, 100%. The Great Flood, creating an ark to move us to a new world, those things are happening. So context matters, right? That's why I'm trying to teach everyone, I am teaching everyone a new language. If I'm speaking English and none of you understand English, well, things are going to be missed. So you're going to be able to finally understand as you come to terms with how the world currently works, what's actually going on. It's the way I would phrase it is, think of it like this. Let's use an analogy. Think of it as a game. And there's a designer currently in the world, but the designer went dark. The designer decided to create a game that it wants, whatever you want to call it, everyone to be its pawns, its slaves, so that it can just consume them, exploit them. So, of course, it's going to create environments and situations that reinforce that because, well, that's what it wants. Let's say that there's a few people out there that have found an exploit, a way to avoid this darkness, these insecurities, these fears, and basically a way around the old game design. That's what you're going to learn. So here's the problem, though. If we continue to try to play, a new game is being created as we speak, a new world, a new game of life. And that's what moving to the new world is, right? So as you're learning the entire new rules, think of it, that's as you're crossing the bridge, that's you learning all the new rules. And then once we get there, then we start designing the new game together. So there's already a baseline, a foundation of it, but just think of it like a home. There's a small foundation that's built over here. And once we get there, we're going to start stacking our own things, but everyone has a say. Everyone's going to contribute together. It's no longer just one dark entity that's deciding, hey, this is how the world works. Now, that's why we have to destroy all the old to cross. But anyway, so think of it as if you're crossing and you're going to play this is a new game, or this is the sequel, and we're right here. The sequel doesn't operate by the same rules as the original. So if you're playing the sequel, the new game, using the old rules, you're going to fail, right? it's the designer is going to try to patch the workarounds, but it doesn't matter if they fix it or stop it over here when we're over here, right? Like they're going to fix the exploits in game 1, but we're playing game 2 now, guys. We're in game 2. The sooner you decide to just take the leap, cross the bridge, walk through the sea that you parted, everything's going to change. So that's the takeaway there is we need to always be changing. We need to always be learning. Don't play the new game with the old rules. They don't apply. So, for example, the legal system is going to be completely different in the new world. Money is going to be completely different in the new world. Survivability, shelter, food, water, all those things are going to operate in a completely different fashion. Everything you know about the current world is going to be different. Those things you're going to be taken care of. You're going to be provided those things so that then you can focus on actually building a better world. That's what's happening. So the game has changed. It's a new situation. School's in session. School is in session. We're relearning the game of life. That's what's happening. So this is my oath. This is my prayer. This is my wish. This is the new gospel. For everyone who wants a head start, like, hey, I'm throwing you guys a bone here, just so that you understand where the world is headed. You need to start embracing helping others without asking for anything, specifically money. Let me repeat that one more time, because that is literally going to give you the biggest advantage and head start on anyone. And I want to rephrase that actually. Advantage over people is not the way I want to communicate that. That was incorrect. Because we're no longer competing against each other. We're now, the only competition is on how we can make the world better together. We used to always say that you should only compete with yourself, right? Like, be a better version of yourself. That was the way people adapted the dark world, because we currently live in the dark world, right? We're moving to a light world. We used to think that people would try to make people see things in a better light by saying, no, don't compete against each other, just compete against yourself. So now we're changing that to, it's not competing against each other, it's not competing against yourself. We are just competing, just collaborating. It's not even competing, we're collaborating together to make the best world possible. That's it. That's the new mission for humanity. As an entity, we're trying to ascend to a higher level of consciousness. So I encourage you to look up 4th dimensional consciousness, 5th dimensional, 6th dimensional. Like, that's the goal. And it's all about love, and we are one. That's the goal. That's everything that's happening right now. Because once we get to that state, as one person improves something, we all basically think of it as we're plugged into the internet or to the computer. So right now I discover something. Let's say I learn how to do math, and none of us knew how to do math. I learned to do math. That is going to be transferred in there, and all of a sudden you wake up and you're like, I haven't learned it yet, but I feel like I'm understanding math more. Like, it just kind of makes sense. Like, but you have to still put in the work. But it's like you basically got the base, the foundation downloaded into you. That's what's happening when we unify as one consciousness. That's literally the direction humanity is going. And for those people who are like, how is that possible? It's already happening right now. Enough people have started awakening and started learning what's going on, even without knowing all the details. They've started investigating spirituality and awakening and things of that nature. And it has actually led to it being in full force. It's not at the level it needs to be yet, but that's okay. We're talking about progression. We're not going to make paradise in the promised land in one day. That's the next journey of humanity. It took all these years to get to this point. Like, let's see how long it takes, and it's fine. However long it takes, it could be extremely quick or it could be a slow journey. It doesn't matter. The point is, this is going to be the new game of life. So now that I reframed that, it's not about an advantage. It's about, this is the best way for us to collaborate together. And it does give you benefits, though. I just want people to understand that, like, don't do it for the benefits. Don't do it for the glory. We're doing it because do it for the results. So what do I mean by that? You get to live in a world that's just peaceful. You could actually go outside and enjoy everything that you see. People are going to be kind to you. People are going to give you things. People are going to help you. People are going to share. It's going to be an incredible dream come true. So that is the goal of this, right? But I know people are going to struggle transitioning from this, where we currently are just service to self and completely selfish. And it's all about us. And we're going to go to over here where it's all about just helping each other, right? So people are like, well, what's in it for me? The goal is to reach the state of enlightenment, which is what we really talked about yesterday, the journey to enlightenment. The goal is to reach that where you just realize it doesn't matter like who's listening. It doesn't matter what I get in reward. It doesn't matter at all. It truly doesn't. Like, I'm not doing this for any expectation other than the world changing and being able to live in that. My family, my friends, every neighbor out there, every stranger that I haven't even bumped into yet, every animal that hasn't even been born yet, from the fish to the birds to the crickets, all of them, everyone is going to be transitioning to the new world. So the results is the goal. That's a state of enlightenment. But as people are coming down from this, you've been indoctrinated for your entire life since the day you were born to believe that it was different. So I want people to, first of all, give themselves grace. And as we're transitioning to this, you just need to understand that there are benefits. So to give you an example, there's some incredible, helpful apps out there, such as Calm and those like Better Sleep and things like that, especially for people who are being targeted a lot by darkness and they have a lot of anxieties and traumas and insecurities, or maybe they just have ADHD or a racing mind. They provide help, but it's temporary, and then it's locked behind a paywall. That is a problem. We can't do that anymore. That's not okay. That just can't happen, because we need to move away from money as a limiting thing. As long as we keep being limited by anything, but specifically money, that's a creation of the darkness to drain our energy. Money equals energy. So as long as you put that there, that means that some people are not going to get help. And you think about it, like, if you just wanted to help someone, like, I just want to help people right now. I'm doing this exclusively for that. I'm not expecting anything. It's not conditional. I'm not going to stream and record this and then edit this and release this saying, oh, I'm only going to do that because, hey, I'm going to have a friend reach out to me and give me money. No, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it to help. It's not conditional. It's just you do it to do because it's the right thing to do, because it's the world that we're building. But I do want people to realize that there are benefits. So over time, I'm easing people into it, but over time, I want people to understand that there are spiritual entities, light and dark, and they are around us. And there's a connection to the higher beings. Some people can call it the Holy Spirit, for example. And if you don't ask for money, if you help, if you educate, if you teach, if you share, you do good things without asking for money, basically without taking someone's energy. Think of it like this. When I'm educating, when I'm teaching, when I'm creating these videos, not only am I injecting my energy into this, I'm now going to be able to heal people. So I'm rejuvenating the world. I'm giving the world more energy. If I ask for money in exchange for that, money is energy, right? So I gave energy, but then since I got money, I took the energy back. So it negates all the good that you did, even if you did good. Just the simple fact that you accepted money for it, you literally negated the benefit that you did because you took someone else's energy, because they put their energy into the money that they own. Are you guys following along? It's very simple. So when you give and you educate and you help without any condition attached to it. You're literally just bringing more energy into the world. How do you think, if let's say you believe in heaven, or let's say you believe in the earth is watching you, or whatever makes sense to you, because that's at the end of the day the game. I can tell you what it is, but if you don't believe me, if you don't think that way, you're never going to see eye to eye. So I just want people to understand that. First of all, it's whatever you believe. That's fine. Whatever makes sense to you, whatever makes you feel comfortable. Okay. So now they see this. They're like, oh my gosh, look at all these people that are just helping, giving energy. We need that because that can make changes. So now they're going to be drawn to you. Think of it like you have people watching you, 5 people watching you. And you just are like helping everyone and you're not asking for anything in return. They're like, hey, we need to keep this guy going. We need to give him more fuel. We need to help him so that he can continue doing so. You're going to have fans that are going to help you. So if you've been trying to hear the word of a higher being and connect with them, you want to improve your chances, and not chances because they're there already, but you want to improve the connection you have to actually reach that state, then stop asking for money in exchange for help. Just help. It literally works. There's a reason why I linked the video, He Lives in You, right? Because not only are we connected, not only are we one, but truly to unlock that connection, to learn that new language and how to communicate with them. And I'll show you guys over time. I'm easing you into it. Don't ask for money. Just help. Imagine just 100 people start giving away their best knowledge, their best education, their interpretations, their understandings. And as you're listening to this, you're going to have your own understanding of it. And if it unlocked it for you, please rewrite it, make it your own, and share it with other people. Because just because this is how I understood it and figured it out doesn't mean that it's going to be the way that it works for Sally or Joe. So please help me. At the beginning, as you learn to communicate with the higher beings, you're going to need tools. But once you get to a state after a while and your connection with them improves and it becomes essentially love, you truly become one. You no longer need any crutches. It's just pure love, communicating with the Holy Spirit. And it's life-changing. You create your own language. I call it utopia. So there's a lot to look forward to going down this path, crossing the bridge. The Red Sea has already been parted. The flood, the ark is waiting for you. The question is, are you going to cross the bridge and look forward to literally a new world with new rules, and that we can make it our own? Everyone's voice has a say. Because remember, we're connected. Or are you going to stay here and continue praying for something, but just not, your prayers are answered. Now's your chance. Are you going to do it or what? So let's begin. That was all the preamble. So today we're talking about insecurity, writing the Bible to finally destroying fear and insecurity, but really understanding it. It really comes down to that. It's all about understanding. Because if you don't understand, then you can't really operate. So we're going to begin with a drink of water. Just remember, don't do it for glory. Don't do it for recognition. Do it because it's the right thing to do. But if you need that extra push, you've been waiting to communicate with the Holy Spirit, the higher one, your God, whatever you want to call it. Trust me, it works. So imagine if we just created a world where everyone can be the best version of themselves. And the reason for us waking up every day is to helping others to get to the best version of themselves. Everywhere you go, everyone's just thriving. Everyone's just at their best. Like, how amazing would that be smiles, happiness. Like the energy even if you had a bad day, you go outside and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm completely rejuvenated. Like this is almost too much positive energy. Like, wow, why can't we live like that? That's waiting for you over here. You ready? So let's talk about why we can't, though, and understanding and getting to the point of developing shields, developing the counters. And I want to start with a lot of things about manipulation, but let's begin with an example. So think of a situation, a smear campaign. For those who aren't familiar with that term, essentially it's when certain dark people, dark entities, it's all influenced, by the way, right? Like this is planned. It's not an accident. It's not a coincidence. There are no coincidences. I want people to really, really understand that there are no coincidences in life. There are things influencing every single action that you do, that you hear, that you listen to, everything. Every single thing that you bump into, every piece of information from here on out, just know that something pushed that, good and bad. And it doesn't mean that we don't have control. We make the final decision. But if you think about it like that, it just means you have to be educated. You have to be prepared. You have to have a shield. So, smear campaigns. It's essentially they target someone. They look for someone that perhaps knows too much, someone who is defeating the dark, someone that they see as a threat. And what they plan to do is they use a tactic called taking control of the narrative, where they start releasing information that could be true or false. The point is they are releasing information and saying that it's fact. And that's fair, right? I think everyone should share their own version of the story. But when you do that, like my question is, if you're sharing information, why do you have to attack someone else, right? Like, it's like if right now I attack my second grade teacher, I'm like, well, what's the point of that? Why am I smearing her? Now, maybe she actually hurt me, right? But you have to ask yourself always, wait, why are they doing that? It just doesn't make sense. But the biggest difference is the smear campaign. So people can understand the difference if they're like, well, I got abused by this person. If I speak up, am I smearing them? Sure, but here's the difference so that people can understand the difference between a dark motivation and a light action. In a smear campaign, the person who's actually creating it would never come out and have those words attached to them. They're hiding behind proxies. So what they're going to do is, like, for example, most like presidents, sales managers, they're the ones who are usually behind smear campaigns of certain like reps or workers. But what they're going to do is they're going to slowly release information. They have their pawns, right? Like even the dark one, right? They have their pawns. They will do the dirty deeds so that then other people they're like, if you ever see people gossiping, it's like, that's the smear campaign, but it's happening through other people. It's happening through the sheep. And that's the difference. If the person who actually created it had the courage to just talk like this, then it's different, right? Like, then it's like, okay, well, then we can have a conversation. Well, if you have a smear campaign, just say to me, let's go face to face. Let's talk right now. But that's why they use those tactics. That's how you can differentiate between a smear campaign and just defending yourself. So let's imagine that I'm half Mexican. So imagine that the Mexican consulate in a certain country or state is undergoing a smear campaign, and you work at this Mexican consulate as a worker. So it starts affecting you. Why? Because it's creating darkness, it's creating fear, it's creating insecurity, right? Like, see what I'm talking about? You can create campaigns to create that. So even if it's not about you, just by you being proxy there, all of a sudden other people start associating you with the Mexican consulate. They're like, oh my gosh, you work there, don't you? Wow. I heard that they're all corrupt, evil people there. Right? And people start avoiding you. People start no longer talking to you. And you're like, well, what happened? You might not even know that that's going on. And then all of a sudden someone finally says, hey, I just wanted to tell you, Charlie, that People are just think that you're evil and corrupt because you work at the Mexican consulate. And, they've been saying that they're evil and corrupt. So now picture this. The U.S. consulate or embassy or any other country, basically think another company, reaches out to you. So now you're affected, right? You're just like, oh man, I didn't want this. I didn't want to feel bad and work at this company. Like, oh, now it's actually affecting you. It's hurting you. It's causing you anxiety. It's causing you to lose friendships. It's causing you pain. So the U.S. embassy reaches out to you and is like, hey, we know that the Mexican consulate it's not a good company. They're taking you for granted. They're treating you wrong. Nudges, suggestions, power of suggestion, nudges. That's everything that's going on in this world. Pay attention to it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And you're like, even if it's true, I ask you, what if, you're Mexican, you might have loyalty to them, you might love them, you might be part of them, like you might have built that company. Do you give up on them? Do you give up on Mexico? Or do you fight for them? The majority of people, if the U.S. embassy offered you a job, just negatively suggested some bad things, like, oh wow, they're not treating you right, they took you for granted. I mean, think about it in relationships, right? Why do relationships fall apart? That was a dark nudge, the dark influence that and made that happen. Create a smear campaign, cause you pain, feel doubt. Now you're getting drained. Now they can present something else and be like, hey, look, this. So even if you didn't take the offer, you're now have doubt in you. Now there's even more. You see, like it's all a calculated plan to make you be in a state of disarray and chaos. Do you see how easy it is just with one? Like we just taught the first tactic, a smear campaign, and you can see how they can manipulate the entire game. So the majority of people in this circumstance, they jump ship. The moment they feel any inconvenience, they jump ship because it's causing them personal harm. And the logic is, why burn yourself to keep others warm? Imagine if you can manipulate everyone to believe that just by creating a smear campaign. You don't even have to use the other tactics, and then just have someone else that seems like the light, the savior, be a nudge. And now you can get everyone to believe that selfishness is the solution. Do you see how easy it is to manipulate everyone? And that's why we're losing, because now everyone just thinks for themselves, thinks that if they do anything else, that they're not going to keep other people warm, because why would they kill themselves to do so? And that's why we're losing. Now we're divided. Now they can easily conquer us. And the problem is we each have different thresholds of how much pain and suffering that we can take. But I want people to understand that this is how they do it. This is how they do it. That's tactic number one. So let's continue on the topic of manipulation and focus a little bit on the topic of the rapture. I don't want people to believe that it's happening or not happening. I already told you earlier what is. Take that as fact. But think about how certain religious things, such as the rapture, could be taken advantage of to create fear in the good people. And it could be used to create a situation of gambling, or not gambling, asking for money, right? To monetize it, to create a weapon. That is where you need to pay attention. So if it's something good, why, like you said, why would you ask for money in relation to it? We're moving to a new world that doesn't rely on money. So pay attention to those signs. But you can literally create fear in people. So just think about like the politicians, another event happening. Anything that's going on, they will weaponize fear, right? And they're not going to target the people who are exploiting when they're weaponizing fear, because those people are the ones creating it. They're going to be targeting the people who are fighting against it. So pay attention to who they're targeting, the target audience. So the people who believe in good, who believe in helping others, those are the people that they're going to try to stop. Those are the people they're going to try to weaponize. And again, that's why if they're asking for donations nonstop, they're asking for money, that is not God's will. That is not the good. That's not the light. Doesn't matter who it is. Money is not the answer. So at the end of the day, just like we said at the beginning of this, we all should be able to make it to the new world. We all should be able to cross the bridge. So we need to try to help and drag everyone across, even if they aren't good yet, even if they aren't the light. We need to try to heal them. We need to bombard them. Like, that's why I'm trying to educate everyone right now. And I encourage all of you to start doing the same in your circles, because we can't give up on them. But at some point, we can't just stay here forever, right? But we're going to do everything possible. Please, I ask you, do everything possible to fight for them, to educate in your way. Bring them to the light. Let's do it. It doesn't matter how long it takes, but they can cross. Like, imagine we're running a 3-mile race. It's not a race, but let's just say, right? Like 3 miles. Do we really think that we need a carrot on a stick to make it? Like, the finish line is stationary. We know exactly where the portal is to the new world. As long as people keep walking, everyone's going to get there eventually. We just have to make sure that we nudge people, because just like we've learned the game now, right? We learned that there's dark and light nudges. As long as we nudge people down the right path, they can walk and reach the portal. But we have to make sure they're walking that way. We have to make sure they're walking the correct way. So this leads me to the concept of, let me make sure I have what I... This leads me to the concept of the circle of help versus not burning yourself or burning yourself. As you can see from those initial examples, the hesitation that most people feel is that, okay, so you're telling me don't ask for money. You're telling me I need to help other people. Cool, sure. And there might be some benefits, and there's this ideal world. Okay. But what if, Mr. Star Diplomat, they don't help me back? That's the problem, right? Everyone's so worried that no one's going to help them back if they help. So let me ask you this. What happens when something becomes normalized? Why do you think disclosure is happening right now? What happens when something is normalized? Everyone can do it now. Feel safe. You're starting a dance party. Once we have 3-4 people dancing, everyone else feels safe to join it. Everyone has a different threshold. Just like you said, there's like that pain threshold where they're like, ooh, I'm feeling inconvenience, I'm going to leave. There's also a threshold of, ooh, this looks good. All right. Well, hey, I really trust my friend. He or she joined in, so I'm going to join in too. I'm going to do the same thing now. Imagine if all your friends start reaching out to you like, hey, I believe in this helping other people without money thing. You should do it too. It's great. It feels so good. Like, because when you heal other people, you heal yourself. When you give other people happiness, you become happy. And everyone starts doing it. And you're like, oh, well, I'm going to join in too now. You see, like, if we normalize it, then what are they going to do? Once it becomes normal, if we make it the default, darkness doesn't have a chance. And that's what is going to be over here in the new world. But while we're crossing the bridge to get there, we already need to become it. We already need to behave in such a way that aligns with it, so that once we get there, we are already it. Because imagine and then there are going to be people that get there that didn't put in the work, but we're going to help them. But once they're there and they're surrounded by exclusive light, I mean, there's no way that they won't be able to transform. There's just literally no way. But the majority of people, while you're crossing the bridge, you're putting in the work, you're learning the methods, and we're normalizing. And so by the time we get there, everyone already knows the game. Everyone knows the drill. Think of it like if you're a kid from the United States, I don't know how it is in Europe, so pardon my ignorance, that you'd have to do fire drills or like tornado drills or earthquake drills. And you ask yourself, well, why are we doing them? Like, we never needed them, right? Let's say it didn't happen. But when the moment came, you knew exactly what to do. Think of it like that. These are all the drills. This is training. This is school. We're doing it right now in the old world. Yes, it's real as heck. But if we start training and practicing now, by the time we get there, it's no longer a drill. Now it just becomes our norm. So think of a circle in the middle. And that's you. This is the circle of help methodology. So think of like there's 6 people around you. X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Like, there's little bubbles around you. And here's you. And this is the circle of help methodology. So you help X, you help Y, you help Z, you help A, you help B, you help C. Now, every single one of those people also help you. Because again, this is normalized in this world. But each one of those people, X is helping Y, X is helping Z, Y is helping Z, Z is helping Y. It's just, everyone's just helping each other. It's just a nonstop mesh. We're completely entangled. That is what the concept of becoming one is. That's what it is. Everything we do is interconnected. So I ask you, that if you're transferring your energy to A, but then B is transferring the energy to you, it equals out. It's not like you gave more than you took, right? But you're giving more than you expect, but you're going to get it back. Because imagine if everyone starts behaving in such a way, you're not worried about it because literally it's becoming the norm. Right now, you don't question the majority of things in your life. You don't question why you get ads. You don't question why electricity works. You don't question that you have hot water. You don't question so many things. You don't question having to go to work 9 to 5. For me, that's the weirdest thing in the world. I'm like, what? Why would you do that? This is the world that we will live in, this paradise. And you guys still think that 9 to 5 is normal? What is wrong with you? You see, like, people don't question things. It's become normal. That's because that's called indoctrination. You're led to believe that it has to be that way. So if everyone now starts realizing, snaps out of it, and begins understanding that we can just literally all help each other, we wouldn't even need money. We could operate on, hey, acts of service of, I will help you with the best thing that I can do, and you help me with the best thing that you can do. Not only are we learning, we're teaching each other, we're educating, but you see, like, of course, things are going to have to be figured out as we continue, and everyone starts. When we reach that new world, we're going to figure out the rules. We're going to figure out new systems, but we're not going to be operated and tied down to set rules. Love each other, help each other, a circle of peace, unity. We are one. Very simple. It's like, am I hurting someone with what I'm doing right now? Then don't do it. Am I not helping someone? Then don't do it. Am I not? Is this not love? I'm like, then don't do it. It's very simple. And if you make a mistake, that's okay, right? Because everyone is going to be helping you. Like, hey, man, that wasn't the love in action, but it's okay. We got you. Do you see, like, when everyone is predisposed in that direction, then everything changes. And people are like, well, that's not possible. That's not human nature. On the contrary, it's because we're going to get rid of the dark nudges. We're still figuring out if will exist or not, because we would love to still have them and be part of us, but be more loving. But if they can't figure it out, they might try. But imagine if everyone has a shield up. They're going to be shooting their lasers and they're not going to penetrate. We're like, oh, look at them. They're trying to make us hate people and cause problems, but we completely can ignore them. And if anyone one laser bolt gets through, we can immediately heal the person who falls down and gets wounded. So now compare that versus the don't burn yourself methodology, where it's you in the middle and the same people, X, Y, Z, A, B, C. And there's just an arrow that goes like this. You just help yourself. X just helps yourself. Y just helps yourself. Which world has more energy? Which world is thriving? The second world, the don't burn yourself, which is our current world, works. No one's on fire, theoretically. I know that some people end up getting on fire because they just didn't get any help. They're alive. Everyone's alive. But are they thriving? Why do you think that so many people hog resources? They're not. They're alive, but they're not thriving. So this leads to, how do we get people to care? How do we decide what a sacrifice is? When is it needless? When is it burning yourself versus just helping someone? Think of it as burning yourself versus lighting a bonfire, right? So many people think of that analogy. They're like, well, why would I help someone if it makes me be lit on fire? Why don't I just learn how to use a tool, light a bonfire? And that makes sense to me, right? If you can save your life and use a tool, sure, okay? But what if literally you didn't actually have to light yourself on fire? You did the action, but the other people are dousing you with water as you're doing the action. So you actually never get lit on fire. Too many people focus on this example that has to be either or, but I'm like, why can't it be that while you're lighting yourself on fire to help others, you're going to be protected? Because you will be. But this is where it gets interesting. Could lighting yourself on fire, theoretically, even though you will be protected, could it trigger compassion and empathy in people? So here's a short story where this is an actual book, movie, game, I forget. I'll have to, once I find the source, I'll share it. But essentially there's a robot and his name is David. And he is the most advanced robot to date. And he looks exactly like a human. Until this point, every single robot looked like what we imagine, like wires, metal pieces, things of that nature. So people didn't really, of course, there was racism and discrimination. Humans felt they were superior to the robots just because, we created them. They don't matter as much. They don't have real feelings. That's all artificial. Sure. Okay, they look different. But finally, technology advanced to such a level that appearances, you couldn't tell the difference anymore. He was a little kid, so think like maybe 6, 7 years old. He looked exactly like another child. The only way they could figure out, and he was self-aware, he had knowledge, he was smart. The only way they could figure out that he was actually a robot was there was a tool designed that could scan someone. And it could see if they're a robot or not. They created it out of their own protection because they wanted to know who's a robot or not. But I ask you, if they look exactly the same as us, if they interact exactly the same as us, and the same being like, obviously there's appearance differences, skin color, eye color, things of that nature. But there was a tool created that literally created a division. They claim it was for their own protection. We need to know who's a robot or not. But I ask you, why? The majority of people, if they saw him, never thought he was a robot. They never thought he was a robot. They literally thought he was a human child. But in this example, think of it like a circus ringmaster. He has the tool, and he captures the kid, and he scans him because he scanned him, and he found out that he's a robot. So this guy is completely against the robots because, well, our jobs, dangerous. We don't know what's going to happen soon enough, all humans are going to be replaced by these robots. And, all valid arguments, right? Like, we don't know where it's going to go. And if we choose the wrong path, if we let that happen, it can happen. So, everything has to be done carefully. We have to understand the powers, the limitations, the risks. You can't just drink the forbidden blood without understanding what path we're heading. But this is the first robot of his kind. The circus guy takes him in, puts him in a cage, and is going to execute him live. Think of it like burning a witch, the Salem witch trials. There's a group of people that are literally cheering on this execution, the death of David, the robot child, because he's a robot. But they saw this kid a few hours before on the street, and they loved him. They thought that he was a human child. So the only thing that changed was they scanned him, and they discovered that he's a robot. Let me ask you, is he still not the same person? Is his behavior still not the same? Is his appearance still not the same? So why do we hate him now? Why do we want to execute him now? Oh, because someone told us that we should hate him. Someone told us that robots are bad. Someone told us that he's going to cause problems. So now we hate him. We don't question it. He was about to die until he actually just was afraid. He literally grew afraid. And he cries, he yelps, he screams for his mother. He's like, Mom, because he did have some human parents that took him in. And as he's about to die, think of it like there's a saw that's about to kill him. He's like, Mom, please help me. I don't want to die. All of a sudden, all the people snap out of it. The onlookers who are watching this execution all of a sudden are like, wait a minute, he sounds like a real kid. He has a mother. And they all tackle the circus guy and like, stop. This guy's a real kid. And they stop his execution. But I ask you, nothing changed. He's literally the same. The only thing that changed was the scan. And then they heard his voice and it woke him up. Do you see the power of voice? Do you see the power of visual? Do you see like the dangers of manipulation and indoctrination? They can create division and hate and fear in us, that literally we will kill people that look exactly like us and sound exactly like us. And it took a sacrifice. It took them snapping out of their delusions, their brainwashing by the dark one, to be like, wait a minute, what are we doing? So think about how we treat homeless people. Think about how we treat people in other countries. This example doesn't even have to be technological. Think about, like, for example, I lived in Jamaica when I was a child. And there's poor people there. There's people of different darker skin color. And you could say that, could they be robots? I mean, they look different than I do. They're darker skin tone. Like David the robot looked exactly the same as them, like same skin tone and everything. So what if they're robots? I mean, they look different. They actually sound different. They have different accents. They have dialect. So should we execute them because of that? I mean, they're different, right? You see, like, where do you draw the line then? Like, what actually makes us different? If we destroyed that device that creates the division, and we could never know who's a robot and who's not, technically, we might be living with millions of robots around us. And I ask you, would that change anything for you? If literally, like, nothing changes, they're acting the exact same way. They're behaving the exact same way. They look exactly the same as they did yesterday when you were best friends with them. Do you see how easy it is by the people in power, the people who have dark influences, the people who are being nudged in a dark way, to create division and make you hate someone who's not even your enemy? Do you guys see the horrific game that we're currently living in? Why we need to leave this world and walk across the bridge and go through the portal and come over here? because everyone's welcome. Like, we're all the same. We're all literally alive. We all have energy within us. And as long as that's the case, we're equal. Period. We are all equal. Think about the homeless. Why are they viewed as inferior? Everyone's helping themselves, so they couldn't help themselves as well. They just need some help. If now we started all help them, they wouldn't be homeless anymore. But instead, the powers that be, the dark influences, the nudges are like, perfect. These guys can even cause problems just by them living in a certain area. They can cause fear in the other residents. They can make people avoid certain areas. They can lower the vibe because that's how they presented them. All these people are bad. Stay away from them. Do you guys understand? So let's talk a little bit about, well, that leads me to the point. It's like, how do we get people to care, right? Do we really need to have a sacrifice? Do we really need to have some sound, something to snap us out of it before we care? Is that really what it takes? Or do we need to all have our beliefs be completely destroyed, which is what's currently happening? Disclosure and exposure to a level that has never been seen before, so that people finally wake up out of it and be like, what are we doing? What is happening? Wait, I don't even recognize the world anymore. Like, is everything I know a lie? Is everything I know wrong? Yes. Think about how easy it is to redirect people to believe something or to be satisfied with something else. There's two examples. Upton Sinclair, The Jungle. He wrote a book investigating companies because he wanted labor reform. Labor reform will happen. Labor in general is just a makeup version of slavery. That's what is currently happening, right? Companies and things of that nature, with the way they're currently set up, is they're meant to be human ranches to drain your energy for the Dark One's needs, period. So why do you think working conditions and abusive bosses are so common in the norm? So this has been going on for decades and centuries, right? Upton Sinclair wanted labor reform. But what actually ended up happening was a food safety inspection. And you could say progress, right? Like, hey, wouldn't we want our food to be healthier or better or protected? Absolutely. It's a great thing. You clap for it, you cheer for it. You're like, yes, let's go. But let me ask you something. Labor never improved. That was the main goal. We wanted to stop the slavery. We wanted to stop the energy exploitation. And instead, there was a redirection, a new focus. So now we're celebrating. Like, yes, that's awesome. But is it what we asked for? Is it what we tried to change? Is it good? Sure. But do you guys see how easy it is? Think about it. At work, people are complaining about pay. People are complaining about not having any lunch breaks. People are complaining that they have to come to the office and they get stuck in traffic and they're stressed and working conditions, etc. And your boss decides to throw you a pizza party. Hey, we're giving you a bone, okay? You guys happy? You got a pizza party. And maybe they didn't actually skimp out. They got you really good pizza and pizza for everyone, 2 slices for all, and drinks and desserts. And there's music. It was nice. Like, let's say they actually put an effort. But still, it's a pizza party. And then someone like me would say, but wait a minute, like at the pizza party, I'm like, hey, so can we talk about what we said? Like, why did you cut our pay by 50%? When are we going to get more lunch breaks? When is our boss going to stop abusing us? I would then get attacked, smear campaign, and they would say, why are you not grateful for what you got? You're ungrateful. Look what you did. Look what we did, and look at how you're responding. Why can't you be thankful that you even got a pizza party? You're the problem. So now the focus is on me, and other people are like, wow, did you guys hear? Did you guys hear what the Star Diplomat said? He literally was so ungrateful that we had a pizza party. Like, who does that? Like, we got a pizza party. Like, come on. Like, how awesome is that? Our boss cares about us. Redirection, guys. It's just a Band-Aid. Think of it like relationship trouble. Something bad happens. Well, I got you a gift. We got a new job now. We have money. Just a Band-Aid, just redirection. Not actually solving the problem. Problems are going to be solved. There's no more escaping it. All the exploiters, all the people who think that they're going to get away with it, your time is over. People now understand what's happening, and it's going to continue to spread awareness, knowledge, information. So you either change your ways or enjoy how the entire world changes before you as people cross the bridge and leave you behind. They're going to try to help, but... So let's talk about just double checking my notes here. Let's talk about everyone has a price. Just like how everyone has a threshold. There's a story that goes that, let's say I want to ask a girl to sleep with me. And I meet her at a hotel and we sit down at the bar, or it's the first time we meet. And I tell her, hey, would you sleep with me for $1? She looks at me, or actually, sorry, let's reverse that. Let's reverse that. We start talking to her, have a great little conversation, and I'm like, hey, would you sleep with me for $1 million? And she's like, sure. No, it doesn't matter. The order doesn't matter. Let's just say, and she's like, maybe. Then I say, well, what about if you would sleep with me for $1? Her response is, ew, who do you think I am? And like I said, that the order can be flipped. That doesn't matter in the story. The point is, now we're negotiating. So somewhere between $1 million and $1 is her price of how she values herself, her body, her worth. So at some point between $1 million and $1, she would be, yeah, sure, I'd do it. And you have to ask yourself, that means she can be bought. So that's essentially how it works in everything related to money and energy. How much are we willing to sell our labor for? How much we value ourselves? It's the exchange of our time and energy. That's what money is, our labor. How much are we worth? So this is why it's absolutely critical that we move away from money, and we need to reclaim our value, our worth. We need to reclaim labor, which is basically just an excuse, a prettied up version of slavery. We have control over it. We, the worker, have the choice, not the boss. Think about it. Who has power? The employee or the boss? Who has power? A lot of you would say the boss. Well, he can whip me, literally and figuratively, metaphorically. You know, they're like, well, if you don't do this, you're going to get fired. That's a whip, guys. If you've ever heard a threat from any boss, you just got whipped. I don't care if you got physically whipped or not. Literally, you got whipped. When there's a whip, there's a way. So we're not okay with that in the Prince of Egypt when they're being literally slaves are being whipped, but we're okay with it in our current life. How many times have you been threatened in any way? If you don't do this, we're going to do this. If we don't make our numbers, this is going to happen. If you don't come in early, if you come late, and I'm not saying that any of those things, like, it's not good to have goals and try to make things better, but do you see the difference, guys? Like, so now I ask you this. So what if all the employees, every single one, and this is going to happen, by the way, this is literally going to happen. Every single employee just stops going to work. They just stop. They stop showing up. They quit, they leave, whatever. It doesn't matter. What happens to the company? Especially the big companies. Think about 1,000 employees in a 1,005 employee company. The 5 are the executives. 1,000 quit or stop working. I know this goes to kind of strikes, but I'm taking it to the next level. Like just absolute stop, because they're like, enough. We know our value. We know our worth. We know our price. And it's not money. We're worth more than that. We're a human being that's alive. Our energy cannot be placed in something like that. We're not your slaves. Not anymore. We're no longer going to be slaves. We've said enough. We no longer work for you. We no longer are here to exclusively provide energy for all the dark commanders in the Dark One and the people who are just view us as cattle. If all of you stop, all of you are going to stop working and stop providing those services. It's going to be chaos. Absolutely. Yes. But it's to prove a point. Some things are necessary. There's no time for caution. We need to escalate things and take it to the next step to show the world what will happen. All of those companies are going to sink. Think of it as like the Titanic. They crash into an iceberg, they sink. What can they do without us? Nothing, which means that we hold all the power. You hold all the power. You have immense power. Think of it like this. Essentially, you are the creator of your destiny. If you say no more, I will not be your slave anymore, your reality changes instantly. And if your action inspires even a few other people, we can cause a momentum shift that has never been seen before in this world. And that is how we're going to cross the bridge and create a new world. It's time. You want to live in that paradise? We make it. It's happening as we speak. But if you help me, if you join me, if you come along with me, it's going to be more beautiful than you could possibly imagine. To think about it in a little more calmer terms, when I worked in my first sales job in timeshare, I could sell a product for $60. It was a discounted hotel stay. That's the price that they wanted me to sell it for. But you could sell it for 40. You could even sell it for less. But I ask you, if the customer wasn't going to buy it, and again, I'm trying to move away from monies, but I'm just trying to prove a point here. If the customer wasn't going to buy it at 60, but they buy it at 40, a lot of people push to say, well, you're not valuing yourself. But I'm like, well, sure, okay, but if they didn't buy it at 60, we got zero. If they bought it at 40, we got something. Do you see, like, the company doesn't want that though, because they want what we call price gouging. When I realized that I could sell an idea, I could sell a vision, that words have power, that body language has power, that conversation, that presenting things could change things. So timeshare obviously had a bad reputation. So I was selling the idea, the vision of vacation travel, rather than the product. Let them experience it, let them try it out and see if they actually want the timeshare or not. So I'm like, hey, you know what's up. Try us out. See what you think about our hotel experience. See what you think about our customer service. See what you think about that. I could give it to you for free. I could give you the hotel stay for free. And just so people know, when I was discounting, I was taking away money from myself, right? Like the company paid me less. Like every single dollar I discounted, I made $1 less of commission. So I wasn't, like, you could say I'm hurting the company. No, I was technically just taking money away from myself. The company got furious at me. They'd be like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? They're like, they're not going to show up, because it only would count if they showed up to an actual sales meeting. They would have to attend the timeshare presentation. They're like, they won't sign up if you give it to them for $0 or $1. And I'm like, fine, then I'll do it for $1. They're not doing this. They know they're going to a timeshare presentation. They're okay with it, but they want to try us out. So I'm like, if we give them a great experience here, or maybe they just were actually curious to see what our timeshare is about, but they didn't want that. even if they showed up, most of my customers showed up, the majority, they got mad. They're like, oh, I can't believe it worked. I'm like, why? Don't you guys, like, they could even buy and they would get furious at me. Like, they would buy timeshare, the company's doing well, and they would get furious at me. Ask yourself, why were they getting mad at me? Here's why. Because I figured out the trick of their system. Also, the way I would get additional pay was if I could bring in 12 people a week rather than just one, you got paid more per deal. So I'm like, well, why not just discount? Bring in numbers. That's what you want anyway, right? But I figured it out, and they didn't want me figuring out the system, the loopholes, the things like that, right? And I get it. But I was encouraging people to bypass the system. They wanted money. They wanted energy drainage. That's the whole point. Like, I want people to realize companies want to price gouge customers because they want money and energy. And it's because they're serving something else. Literally every single corporation is just there to drain you, to take energy from customers and take energies from employees. And this comes down to the question of inherent value, right? And we're going to talk about that here shortly. But do you realize that people put more value on something that's more expensive, even though it could be horrible? I could right now just charge $2,000 for every single one of these recordings and be like, people are like, wow, that's really valuable. Yet it's the exact same information that I'm giving away for free. So you ask yourself that, is there actually a correlation between price and value? Or has it been fabricated and we've been indoctrinated to believe that that's the case? And if so, ask yourself why? Because now you have a carrot on a stick to get people to engage with the system, to keep following along, to keep working, to keep gaining more money, to be like, I want the best thing. Because guess what? Now they gave up all their money for, like, let's say a nice car. And it could be nice. I'm not saying that it's not, but right? Now they have to do it all over again. So now they're stuck in the system, and now they're going to have to go back to work. They're stuck working. They're going to be stressed now because they're like, oh my gosh, now we have bills and all these things. And you create fears, you create anxieties. Pay attention to what's repeating and what's intersecting as we're talking about all this stuff. You start understanding that everything is calculated and fabricated. Everything. So how do you create this human ranch or a situation where people can drain it? You create a need. You create the vision. I mean, I learned how to do it. I learned how to do it as a sales guy. I was literally taught. When I was working at the timeshare company, I would say, and I believe I have a lot of notes about this later, so I'll talk about it more in depth at that point, but I was taught how to become a manipulator. Literally, I was taught how to become a manipulator, and then it interested me. So I started studying psychology every single day. Like, I would spend hours studying psychology. All I would do is whenever I would find a psychologist or another salesperson or therapist, I would just pick their brain and study them. I would literally study people, everyone. I was just learning from everyone. So I learned how to basically get anyone to do anything. But soon I realized, like, I used to brag that I could go to a bar and not have to pay anything. But I was like, wait a minute, this is messed up. I'm like, this is really messed up. Like, the reason why it works is because the people that I'm doing it to, the people that I'm talking to, don't understand what's happening. They don't understand how they function, how they work, like how the brain works, and how easy it is to literally just get people to do whatever you want. That scared me because I realized that I had power, and with great power comes great responsibility. It terrified me. But hey, dark motivations, light actions. But it just made me realize that I walked away from it. I put down that sword. I was like, this is not me. I felt disgusted. I felt disgusted with myself. I felt disgusted with the sales industry. I felt disgusted with money. I felt disgusted with everything related to that. I'm like, what is wrong with people? Why are we doing that? What we should do is take the approach of the honest, truthful approach. Like, hey, this is what's going on, guys. Like, just so you know, my company will only give you this if I do this. And people first looked at me like, you're the weirdest sales guy I've ever seen. I'm like, yeah, but I just want you to understand, like, I literally have to charge you $1 or I'm going to get in trouble. Or I literally have to charge you $40 or they're going to try to fire me. Like, do you see how messed up this is? But hey, you know what? We'll do it for $1. And I'll just say you didn't want to do it any other way. I'm just helping them. I'm like, you don't care about this product. You actually want to go to the Times Square presentation, but you can't. The company doesn't let you, which is weird, right? You would think they'd want to. So I just want people to see, like, there is literally manipulation everywhere. And the sooner you just start understanding what's going on and where it is, and if it can happen in sales and products, you don't think that something else can be controlling that knows all of this information? If you can't believe in the spiritual or the higher, just think about it, even just like in the governments, the secret societies, things of that nature. It's happening everywhere. And the sooner you come to terms with it and realize that it's happening, the sooner you can protect yourself. And that's what this is all leading to. So I ask you, if you literally can create a need in something. So if all of a sudden I convince everyone that they need to have a computer or a phone, what does that do? You need to have one. Otherwise, you can't even get a job, because we need a phone number, and we don't use landlines. We only call you on your cell phone. Like, what's your best cell phone? Like, if you don't have a cell phone, you can't get a job. If you can't get a job, you can't get a house. If you don't have insurance, you can't get a car. You see how, like, if you create a need somewhere, you put all these roadblocks, all these stepping stones before you can get something, and you tell them they need that. Well, hey, the company that you need to go to work, you have to drive, because we intentionally designed the cities and our country in such a way that you can't make it to work without a car. So now you force everyone to have a car. And if you force everyone to have a car, they can't get a driver's license without insurance. Now you force everyone to have insurance. And what do these things do? They add cost. And as you add cost, you now add bills. And if you add bills, now you force people to stay at work. And now they're driving outside. They're endangered because they're in the outside world, which is, there's too many variables at play. So now you open them to, maybe they'll get sick, maybe they'll get in a crash. So we should get healthcare, and we should get life insurance, and all these things. And all of that is just money, money, money. You see how easy it is to create a system, create a game, create a design that keeps people permanently imprisoned in the money loop. That's happening. The sooner you come to terms with it, the sooner you can defend yourself. Why do you want to live in a world that literally has been intentionally designed and manipulated to keep you imprisoned? You're a slave. You're a slave, period. Everyone currently today is a slave if they're working. There's no but ifs or maybes about it. That's the simple truth. And it's all so that they can drain you for your energy and keep you trapped, so that you're focused on those things that they want. They're redirecting you to that, rather than improving the world, making us so that we can live in a different society that doesn't have to operate by those rules that they designed. Why can't we just say, hey, guys, that worked back in the day when humans were less developed, less evolved, our consciousness was lower, but now that we understand what can be and what is, and now that we know that there's literally things that any second, whenever you have a thought pop up in your brain, that is a nudge from either the dark or the light. And we talked about noise vessels, where every ad, everything on the algorithm, all those things, those are the spiritual entities that are conversing with you. They're showing you signs. When you go outside, they show you signs. Everything you see is nudges to try to get you to do something. And the dark is just trying to get you to play their game, period. And the sooner you come to accept that, the sooner we can make progress and cross the bridge. So I ask you then, how is it possible that humans, technically, as far as we know, the most aware, the species that has evolved the most, because we've been able to pass down our memories and immortalize, like we write stories, we create art that can pass those lessons down so that we can evolve. How is it possible that we are reliant on money, yet animals that coexist with us daily survive with ever worrying about it? Have you ever asked yourself that? How is it that they survive? How is it that they live and they understand less? Theoretically, I mean, as far as we know, right? Do you guys see what's going on here? We never needed to be in that money system. We never needed to be, especially considering, and let me rephrase that. We will no longer be trapped in the money system. That ends today. People will finally wake up to it and realize that it's part of my language. It's bullshit. The whole thing. They literally created a system to enslave in all of humanity. for energy. And the sooner you come to realize that, I'm going to keep repeating that, the sooner we can make progress. So what happens when we leave the system? All of a sudden, you're going to be under attack. You have to ask yourself, well, why? Like, if I'm not in the system, I'm not hurting anyone, right? Like, I'm not doing anything to you. I'm just doing my own thing. I'm creating passions. I'm trying to help other people. Why is that a problem? Like, why would you attack me if I'm trying to help other people? Let me repeat that one more time. Why would you attack someone that's trying to help other people? Why? Those are the people who are not awake defend. They're like, you don't understand. You're a freeloader. You're lazy. But I'm like, but I'm helping people. No, why are you justifying them? Why are you helping them? Why are you protecting them? Why don't you let them talk? Wait, I'm all of a sudden getting smear campaigned by those people. Why? Like, what are they afraid of? Why do they want to stop someone from educating and helping? Ask yourself that. Why not everyone have the same information, have access to the same knowledge to understand how the world actually works, to understand that literally everything we do is being influenced and nudged to bypass our free will? It's still our decision, but if 99% of the things you see in a day are being pushed intentionally by someone, ask yourself, how much free will do you actually have? When you leave the system, all of a sudden you realize time doesn't really matter, especially if you're recording things or other people are out of the system. Well, it's like, hey, you're a night owl. Guys, I stream from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. But you know what? I don't even know the time. It's just there to help other people. I don't care what time it is. What day is it? That doesn't matter, right? Like, it just doesn't matter. Is it daytime, nighttime? I mean, daytime, nighttime does matter in the sense that it's minor. It's like, hey, you should get some sun, you should get some energy. That's important. Experience, see some green, and you can communicate better with the higher being during daytime than nighttime. There's still other ways to bypass those limitations, but as you start developing your connection with them, you will understand that you want to make it as easy as possible to communicate with the good so that you don't get the bad signs from the bad. Weather, seasons, a little bit, right? But if you don't go out a lot, turns out that you won't need really to worry too much about the weather. Like, wait, what's the temperature? Is it raining? And you can just see, and you're like, oh, okay. You guys see, like, time, date, all those things all of a sudden lose a lot of their value, a lot of their weight when you stop engaging with the system. So let me ask you something. Don't you think that's weird? They were intentionally created to yet again redirect you in the exact way that they want. That's not a conspiracy. It's a fact. Interpret it how you see fit, but tell me, if you leave and all of a sudden time and the date doesn't matter, ask yourself, then why do they exist? They exist to create a system of control. And that doesn't mean that they don't have benefits, right? But we were led to believe that they're a necessity. We were led to believe that they're necessary. And I'm telling you that the moment you change something up and all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, I don't even look at the time anymore. The only reason why I do is because, well, I have to do it for other people. But wait, if I'm only doing it for others, that means, do you guys see? Gets things very interesting. As you can tell, this is the game. This is the game. Let's take a quick break here, and then we're going to talk about inherent value and the beginning of insecurity and the creation of clones, the root of the problem. Oh, I did that without music. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're back. Alrighty, let's warm back up. Let's change the music. Talking about some good stuff right now. Let's go. We're gonna go sad because this is kind of sad. This next part, it's really sad. Okay. Alright, oh my gosh, oh, just an inch. It's okay. That doesn't really matter. Okay. Here we go. I love this system that I figured out. Okay. Should we change it up? Here, give me one. Okay. Bible. Oh shit. Part of language. Bible. Here. Part 2. Okay. All right. So we were just setting up our Descript to record it properly. It should be fine. We can always up the volume. Okay. Here we go. So sometimes when we go on a journey, we don't know the end destination. We don't know what's going to happen on our way there. And for some reason, most people fear that. What if I told you that the journey is the answer? When I started this journey, and this is not about me, so I'm just going to keep it very brief, but when I started this journey, I had no idea that I was going to be sitting here doing this, recording this, streaming this, even just a few months ago. But now I wouldn't have it any other way. I have no idea where tomorrow is going to take me, and that's okay. We're building a new world. We're crossing a bridge. The Red Sea has been parted. It's separated. We're literally walking into the unknown. What awaits beyond that portal? Nobody knows exactly. But it's going to be amazing. That's for sure. How exactly it's going to look, that's the beauty of it. That's the journey. We're creating that. We're making it. So push aside your fear and stop worrying about needing to know every single thing that's going to happen on our way there. It's a new game. It's a new world. It's a new life. And it's going to be better in every way because that's the only goal. The whole goal of it is to create the best world possible for all of us. And no, that's not the current goal of our current world. That's not at all. The current goal of the current world has everything to do with just consumption and creating a cycle of death, the spiral of death. Everything has to kill each other and compete against each other, and it's all about competing for energy. We're figuring out how to make it so that we no longer have to do so. That's the whole goal. So as you walk across the bridge and you're walking into the unknown, don't be afraid. On the contrary, be excited. You're going to experience so many new things. You're going to see so many new things. You're going to learn so much. How many of you have stopped learning? How many of you have stopped learning the moment you graduated from school? And guess what? You're going back to school. But now school is every single day. It's life. We're going to now live. We're learning something new every single day. How the world works, how it's going to work. We're also now able to participate together and make it something else. If that's not incredible or exciting, I don't know what is. For the first time in a long time, a lot of you, I've met a lot of you, and you've told me that you felt like you already completed your life, and you're in your 30s. You know, you had a kid, you had a family, you made it. Maybe you saved up some money, got the house. And he's like, well, now it's just this for the next 30 years until we retire. And I'm like, no, not anymore. Everything changes now. If you thought you had your life figured out, well, now it's an opportunity to start a new game, watch new movies, read a new book, write a new book. Everyone's going to write a new book, but we're writing it collectively. And every single person's contribution matters. That's the goal. So let's get into the topic of inherent value. Value in itself, self-worth, just what we think of ourselves, but also what is just a given. What do we have? What do we own? What rights do we have just for being born, just for having DNA in us? So some might argue that it's given to the world and society and humans and animals. 1 second. All right. So for anyone who's watching this, just so they know what happened, there's just a nudge that happened. So what that means is that something tried to interfere with me. Something tried to block me. Something tried to distract me. Something tried to change my thought process, my approach. And they succeeded in some ways, right? But they didn't. Because once you're aware of it, once you know what's happening, you're like, got it. So you don't want me to say what I was about to say. And for whatever reason, think about it, like you're at work and you have a boss and they don't want you to talk about how much pay you're getting or how many vacation days you have, because each person has different. Ask yourself that. Why? Why would they not want you to share that? Why are they trying to silence you? Why are they trying to distract you? Let's say you organized a get together with everyone to talk about pay. And all of a sudden that day, your boss schedules everyone an extra work day. You organize it on Saturday. It's like, everyone has to come in on Saturday for a training. And you're like, wait, what? Why? We were supposed to have this get together. Pay attention to those things. They're not a coincidence. But once you understand it, once you see it, like, it's not scary. You're like, really, guys? Okay, I'll cut out. I let an in. Basically, what I call ins are those, just you leave an opening for something to sneak in. So think of like you left the door open and a bug or an insect crawled in, right? That's what an in is. It's something that can penetrate your castle and create noise and create problems. But once you recognize it, you're like, nice try. So inherent value. Who defines it? Who determines it? Is it a creator? that by existing, they created us, and by existing now we have certain rights. We need to have respect, we have dignity, we're guaranteed life, we're guaranteed shelter, we're guaranteed food, we're guaranteed water, we're guaranteed to be able to recharge, have energy, have safety, we're protected, we're not in danger, our life is not in danger. We are incredible, we're smart, our opinion matters, our voice matters. However we look, it is perfect. Just us being us is the goal. We were created for a specific reason. Our role, our look, everything was meant to be that way because we are needed, we're necessary, our contributions matter. So I ask you that is what the original creator intended. You define creator as you see fit. But then there came a dark one. Then there came other things that came into place and started changing that, started molding that, started deciding that, well, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe we can influence them. Maybe we can educate, aka manipulate humans to believe that that's not the case. But by changing how we define our value, how we define our worth, all of a sudden we gave up most of our inherent rights, is just being alive. Like all those things are like when you say like, hey, everything's voice matters, like your opinion doesn't hold more weight than mine. You might have more knowledge about a specific thing, but I promise you have more knowledge about some things than I do. This is my area of expertise. What is yours? And that's what you were built for. That's what you were created for. That's what you were meant for, right? Like this is my calling. What is yours? Maybe you're created in place to come up with a new sport that we're going to do that unites everyone. Hey, maybe it's creating underwater soccer, and people watch that, and everyone plays the sport. Like we have a way to do that, and that's your job. Your role is to create a new sport game in an arena, and I'll figure all the logistics of it so that we can maybe also have communities under the water and interact with people down there. I don't know, right? You see, like anything's possible, but it's where we're going with it. So I ask you, why is it that now, ever since the Dark One took power and control and enslaved us, and here's why I believe that. If you don't believe it, here's why. You should. Why do we now determine our worth and value based on money, based on work? Just want to make sure I'm unmuted. Yeah. Why do we base it on those things? Ask yourself that. Why is that our inherent value? Why? And why do we have to demand respect? Why do we have to demand that people treat us equally? Why do we have to say, yes, people shouldn't be slaves? Why do we have to say that people from one country are just as worthy and their traditions matter and their hopes matter? That's a given, God-given right from the moment we were born. And if anyone tells you otherwise, they're manipulating you. That's a fact. That's reality. And that's the world that not only we now live in, starting now, but the world that we are creating. That is how it will be and always will be. But here's the problem. Now, something nudged you and convinced you that that's not the case. And that's what we're fighting against. We've literally been manipulated and indoctrinated to believe that we don't have value. The entire day, every day that you're living, you're getting nudged nonstop by dark forces to believe that your worth is tied to external things. It's not inherent. And that also causes problems with enforcement then, because if it's internal, if every single person is equal, which we are, but how can we enforce it now if we rely on external? So what we're relying on is, we rely on other people, we rely on money, we rely on purchases, we rely on something visual, something auditory to prove that, hey, we have worth. And unfortunately, as of right now, right, we still have to engage with the game to a certain level to do so, but that's what's changing every single day. We're going away from that. So be prepared. If we go to, no, not if, as we're moving towards a world of inherent value and people just understanding it, now I know a lot of people are gonna be like, well, how do we enforce that? And I ask you, can we guarantee something? The Spider-Man logic of, we need to do the right thing. Our choices are what shape us and make us who we are. Is that sufficient? if you don't believe so, I ask you, we've talked about this a little bit earlier, but why not? What if we have primarily light nudges in our head? Things that are telling us, hey, help that person. You should try to help these people. And you're like, but if 99% of the things that are in your head are saying, hey, help this person, you should sing. You like singing. Hey, why don't you take a break, play some games? Hey, why, like imagine if your entire head is just positive, light. That's actually how we were meant to be. But something decided, wait a minute. We're losing out on so much opportunity. I mean, just if you can't think about it on a spiritual level, think about it on a physical level, like in the world that you know right now, as you're getting exposed to new. So many corporations and companies and people that are interested in exploiting, like they literally convince you that that's not possible. Every single moment of the day, like, well, watch out, this person might do this to you, or watch out, this might happen. They create the fear. That's the manipulation tactic. They make you believe that other people are not going to be good. The prisoner dilemma is a created dilemma. That's not how we were built. It's not what God intended. The dark ones created that to sow doubt and division, make us believe that other people won't be good. Humans by nature have good nature. I want to help. That's just who we are. That's who we're becoming. And that's what we're returning to, because that's what we always were. And as we learn to shield ourselves and protect ourselves from the dark influences, as we recognize them, we no longer hold power over us. And our default and what's normalized will be helping others. So now anyone who doesn't help others and is demanding money, we're going to be like, we're not going to insult them and attack them. We're going to be like, hey, what are you doing? You know the rules. Or not rules. We don't want to, but you know the guidelines. Like, hey, we help each other. So let's talk about, this all leads to building, you need to create preconceived notions in people. You need to build them so that they think a certain way, so they act a certain way. If I tell you that tea is bad for you, and I prove it to you by drinking tea and then puking, even though it was all fake, you might start believing them. Like, guys, don't drink tea, it makes you puke. But what if you only heard that tea is bad for you, and you never saw it, you never experienced it, you never tried it? So now when you go to a restaurant, someone offers you tea, or you go to a friend's house and they offer you tea, and you're like, no, I heard it's bad. Or you just reject it. You don't even tell them why. You're like, no, I don't like tea. And you've never tried it. That preconceived notion literally blocked you from doing something. So think about all of the information and the knowledge that the people in power right now that are being nudged by the dark are intentionally suppressing. And they put negative preconceived notions, they create stereotypes, they create problems to make you believe that I shouldn't understand this. There was a guy, and sorry, I don't mean to call you out, brother, but earlier in the chat, he posts, are you a communist? I'm like, not at all. I don't identify with any one thing. I just identify with creating a new world that's better for all of us. And think about that. He's fully indoctrinated to believe that anyone who goes against capitalistic views, I don't believe in capitalism. If anything, I believe in a new thing that I'm creating called innovationism. We're collaborating together to innovate and to create a new world where everything's just about making it better. Hey, how can we find a way so that we all sleep better? How can we find a way to, et cetera, right? It's not about creating the product to make the most money. It's just about creating some new things in every industry and everything to just improve humanity as a whole, society as a whole, because we're one unified thing. If you believe that's communism, then that tells me that you're indoctrinated. What's the problem with having shelter provided for everyone? Why can't we all have a home that we can be safe in, especially knowing that the outside world is currently at an attack zone, a war, a gladiator arena, that every single other person's, because we have dark forces that are also controlling us, and a dark thing that's out there. The moment you step out there, you are open to it. So you need to have shelter. You need to have a castle. So why shouldn't everyone have one? Why shouldn't they be protected? Why can't people have food guaranteed and water guaranteed and electricity and internet so that we can be connected across the stars despite us being in our castles? Those are necessities. I'm not asking for I'm not saying that we need to give everything to everyone, but you have to ask yourself, what's wrong with no longer having to worry about survival? Survivability is an inherent value. It's a, something given to us at birth. It's not something that we have to earn. The moment we're born, our survival is guaranteed as long as we live. We need to be taken care of. It's not negotiable. That's fact. That's the new world that we live in now. So just think about it. You have people that literally will go against something that will help them. Hey, you don't have to worry about paying for rent anymore. You don't have to worry about paying for food. You don't have to worry about water and electricity and internet. Luxuries, we'll figure out the system related to that. But now you can just work on whatever you believe in. You can help the world. You can help your friends. You can heal your family. No, I don't want to do that because I will become a communist. Think about that one, guys. Think about that one. You see how easy it is to manipulate someone, to make them believe that something that could help them is evil and terrible? Ask yourself, why would they do that? Why? Why do they want you to do that? So, it's all the preconceived notions, right? Now you go into thinking something. So this is the root of all insecurity. And that's why we need to, and we will, and we are eliminating it permanently. Just like any dark forces, say goodbye. It's over. So clones. I think everyone can relate to that. We have become conditioned to believe that there's certain things that we should do. How we should brush our hair, maybe we should moisturize. It doesn't mean that they're bad things, right? Like, hey, maybe you have dry skin and that helps and it's uncomfortable. I'm not saying those things are bad, but you see, we're taught how to behave, we're taught how to do things, we're taught how to learn certain solutions. And there can be good and bad. But think about the concept of creating clones. So if you've ever been to Colorado, there's a certain type of person that the Colorado ideal is basically what I will call it, and think that everyone is encouraged and pushed heavily to fit in. First of all, they targeted the younger generation, and they've already been conditioning them since birth, and especially during school to try to fit in. The whole reason for that is to create clones. So you need to get a Subaru, you need to drink craft beer, you need to fish, you need to hike 14ers, take a picture on Instagram and Facebook with your sign, and that's what you have to do. Go and get a golden retriever. If you don't, there's something wrong with you. You're weird, you're broken, you're the problem, you're incorrect, you're factually wrong. There's nothing inherently wrong with any of those things. But I ask you something. I met people who never used to do any of those things, who then they moved to Colorado and they did all of those things and they became that. And I'm like, why are you doing that? It's like, well, I want to have friends. I want to be. I'm like, what? Think about it. Buy a car, spending a lot of money. Drinking alcohol. Alcohol is literally a tool of control. Easiest way to drain you and cause problems and cause drama, insecurity, trauma, and fear. Fishing, you can hurt the ecosystem still, right? Like, that doesn't mean they're bad. Hiking, you're getting exercise, but still, you now create an exact clone where it can create insecurity in other people if they don't do it. And that's where the problem lies, because we also lose our uniqueness. We lose our role, the reason why we were born, and the contributions that we could provide to this earth. Now we're just all the same. And think about that. Now you rewire these people. You made them forget who they were. So now they start doing these things, but let's say they don't actually resonate with them. They don't like those things, but they're doing it out of obligation. Now, you can also bring them closer to other people that maybe are like, you're weird. Why? Dude, what the heck? Why don't you're so bad at hiking? And now you can start instilling an insecurity. Start draining them. You can start causing problems. You guys see how it is? Like, if they start forgetting who they actually were, now even if they tried those things and they didn't resonate, now they're open to other things. Now you can start rearranging them and manipulating them and brainwashing them. So let's talk about the Boulder Girl. If you guys don't know, Boulder is a city in Colorado. It's like the most expensive city in that area. And there's a really good college, university there that so a lot of the rich parents send their girls there. And let's say the Boulder girl has a stereotype for being conventionally what most people consider quote unquote attractive. They all look the same. I mean, we're going to get to that, but who decides what attractive is, right? They have the same makeup, they have the same hair, they have the same lips, they have the same dress style, and they have the same way of talking. They're not unique. Who even are they? They're lost. They're not themselves anymore. They're simply a clone. They've become a label. They're not a person. No uniqueness, no personality. You have to be you. You see how by eliminating who you are, they open you up to so many problems. You literally have just become indoctrinated. Now you're completely at their whim. They can do whatever they want with you. They've already proven it. They made you into someone who you weren't. They made you believe that that's what you needed to be, which means if they did it once, now they can do it again. If you don't snap out of it or wake up and be like, wait a minute, what? Why did I get like these lip injections? Like, why did I dye my hair blonde? Like, if you actually enjoy it, go for it. But then you have to ask yourself, how many of those were nudges? Doesn't mean they're all wrong, but don't do it because you feel like you have to. Do it because you want to. So I just ask you this, guys, we're listening. Would you want your girlfriend to look exactly the same like another friend's girlfriend? Exactly the same. Would you be okay with that? Why would they want people to be the same? Who does it benefit? Who? Products, money. Now it creates insecurity. Guess what? Anyone who tries to be unique and tries to help and tries to do other things, now they're like, you don't fit in. You're weird. Why don't you have the hair? Why don't you do the injections? Why don't you do this? You guys see where this is going? Literally, just by the concept of creating clones, you can literally make people create insecurities in others. So this goes to beauty ideals. I really feel for women, but an example, and if you ever listen to this, I think you're amazing. You have a great voice and you are incredible. You always are and you always will be, regardless. But Shania Twain, still the one. She did aesthetic procedures. I'm like, why? And I'm not trying to discourage it. Like, if she felt that she needed it to get better, to get in a healthy spot, do you? That's amazing. But I ask, how much of it was through dark nudges, through things that an insecurity was created? They made her believe that she wasn't good enough, or that, hey, she's getting old and she's losing her touch, so now she has to do this. And that's what dark does, right? It targets especially the people who are light and who are doing good, and now they're just attacking them. And eventually, even the strongest person can break. And if you don't have enough support, if you don't have time, if someone doesn't snap you out of it, and that's why we're going to go into all these techniques, then you're going to go down a path that you never even wanted to. You might believe something that you're not enough. And you always have been. You always are, no matter what, because we're born like that. And your contributions, who you are, is amazing. So many women feel the need to tie their self-worth exclusively based on their looks. And, you can argue if that actually has impact or not on things. I don't think so. But we have been truly brainwashed from the beginning of time now, as far as I know, as modern day humans, to believe that value is tied to looks. If you really ask yourself, what if when we met other people, we just closed our eyes and all you could hear is their voice? Do looks matter then? If we all lost eyesight, does appearance matter? We could describe it. We could basically imagine it and create it in our minds. So if by just closing our eyes, we take that away, why is it that we hold them to such standards? Someone and something did that intentionally. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing bad about feeling good. If you are happy with how you feel and how you look, and when you look yourself in the mirror, because that's the most important thing, that's what matters, then that's great. That's what matters. So I'm not telling people become a disheveled mess. Don't ever take care of yourself. Let yourself lose all your health and all. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is pay attention to the fact that insecurities can be created by creating beauty ideals. The beauty industry literally can say, this is the look, create thousands of clones, and then say, look, if you don't have it, you're the problem. You're ugly. A quick story of myself is, and this is why I said there might be actual benefits to it, but if you think about it, if I had never been negatively attacked, I would never have felt the need for it. So growing up, I had poor eyesight, and I ended up having to use glasses, and I was attacked and made fun of it. And also there was a media push going on that, talked about the four eyes and made people just feel insecure about having to wear glasses. And if you really think about it, if it's a tool that you need to be able to see and function at your best capacity, then there's nothing wrong with it, right? And there's nothing ever wrong with such a thing. But I believed that it was. It got to me. I truly believed it. And you put on glasses and someone says something like, oh, you look kind of funny with glasses, or I prefer you without them, or something like that, or vice versa, right? You can do the opposite. And it just got to a point where I was truly making sacrifices to not wear it because I just didn't feel good. They created a fear, they created an insecurity in me. And think about it for your personal one. For me, it was glasses and weight. For other people, it might be something else, right? When you're young, the dark is going full at you so hard to try to create traumas and insecurities because you're not strong enough yet to heal them or survive them by yourself. You need outside help. And since especially most parents in the previous generation were not trained on learning how to protect us from that, they were like, this is the easiest generation ever. The boomers in that age group didn't learn it. So now we have free attacks and all these new kids. This is the easiest generation yet. So many traumas, and plus think about all the new tools that they had. Internet, before it had to be like magazines or in person. Now they had TV, now they had radio, now they had internet. They had so many new tools to get their people, to give them negative nudges to do negative attacks and make them believe things that aren't true. So it essentially got to the point where when I was older and had resources, I decided to get LASIK to eliminate that insecurity. And it worked. I had to rewire my brain to see myself in a new light. I'm like, wait, who is this guy? But I want people to note that when I was then trying to get rid of my glasses and eliminate that insecurity, there's people that actually tried to stop me. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it because it's going to eliminate this insecurity. It's going to heal it permanently. I came to accept it and I dealt with it, but I knew that I would feel more myself if I got rid of it. And again, like I said, I say that, but what if I would have felt normal? No one ever made me doubt myself when I was young. I'm like, oh yeah, I have glasses, it's fine. But they made me doubt. So then I felt the need to create a cure. And that's why I got LASIK, and I spent a lot of money on it. So think about that. They got me to engage with the system, even if they're like, oh, fine, he'll heal his insecurity, but hey, at least he gave us a lot of money and energy. No matter what, they still won. But think about the people then that tried to stop me. They're like, no, don't get rid of your glasses. And I'm like, why? I want this. I want to feel better about it. Why would you try to stop me? Think about that. They don't want you to get rid of your insecurities and traumas. They don't want you to heal. So the moment you're trying to do something to make progress, pay attention, because the people around you or anything, they're going to do anything possible. If you're making progress or you're healing or you're trying to actually help others or help yourself, the darker it's going to send nudges everywhere that they can. And yes, your friends, your family, your pets, ads, AI, all of those things can host the nudges from the dark and the light. The light is going to push you and encourage you. The dark is going to try to stop you. So if all of a sudden you have your mom reach out to you, it's like, no, you shouldn't move and try something new. You remember how lazy and disorganized you are. And you're like, Mom, why are you saying this? That's the dark. It wants to keep you trapped. It wants to keep you down. It wants to keep you insecure. Pay attention to that. If they know that your mom is actually the perfect vessel for dark and causing problems, they want you as close as possible to her. They want you trapped with her. They want you to be next to her because she's literally completely consumed by the dark. So what was she going to do? Not only does she, basically, for the people who didn't listen to the other parts, if you have fear, if you have insecurity, if you have traumas, your shield is down, your health is low. Think of it as like a Venus flytrap is created underneath you. A hand comes out from under the ground and starts draining all the energy in the room. Or a Dementor, if you watched Harry Potter, that's real. And then now it's in the room, and now it's just draining everyone. So they're like, oh, we couldn't get to the daughter, but now we can. Because the mom is the problem. And they just keep draining and keep draining and keep draining. They're like, no, don't leave. And then guess what they're going to do? Remember, we talked about all the manipulations, and the dark knows all of them. So they put it in their head, and it's like, how did they learn all these things? They're getting nudged in this way. So they're like, are you really going to leave me? The guilt trip, remember we talked about that, redirecting and then guilt tripping. Why are you not grateful? I gave you a home all these years. Got it, guys? So how you can change someone's self-worth, right? You think about self-worth is about the actions that we do. That's how we should define our self-worth. It's like, well, I'm trying to help someone every day. I'm loving, I'm caring. Then you have a lot of self-worth. And despite your inherent one, which is amazing, you're just an incredible person. But our image is created through conditioning, through reinforcement. So all they need to do is create an early insecurity in you, an early trauma, an event. Like you put on glasses for the first time after you realize you have bad eyesight, and then they have all the kids around you be like, oh my God, look guys, Star Diplomat has glasses. And you're like, everyone laughed at me. And then you come home and you put on Cartoon Network and you start watching a show, and there's a commercial that's like, hey, Four Eyes. It's done. It's over. You got reinforced. You couldn't talk about it with your parents to help you. You're done. But there do exist counterforces that are trying to show you that that's not the case. That, hey, look, even if you do have glasses, you're awesome. You're incredible. Remember who you were. Remember what you're capable of doing. And they're trying to help you remember who you were, the original, despite having to use a tool now. They're like, hey, remember this. Remember who you were before the kids laughed at you. That means nothing. Just a day before that, you were the most amazing, cool person ever. You had humor. You laughed. You smiled. You were awesome. Why did you forget that? Don't list it. It was fabricated. It was planned. It was intentional. They're like, forget it. But we are wired in such a way that it's so hard to forget. And then they just keep reinforcing the negative. They're like, no, don't let this. You suck now. They laughed at you. Only bad people get laughed at. Like, you suck. Maybe you shouldn't wear glasses. So then you stop wearing them. Now you can't see and you're making mistakes because of it. You see how easy it is to literally fabricate and create the dark energies that drain people. Just like that. I call this rearranging you. And we talked about it yesterday, but it's like the memory totem. Every time a reminder is brought up to your mind, so if I tell you, hey guys, you remember the one time you had coffee in Boulder, and you did, and you're like, oh yeah, that one. You see, that memory now got brought up. You could have been almost completely forgotten. So they can keep bringing up the negative ones over and over again, and you forget more of the good and you remember more of the bad. So it means you think you're more bad than good. That's how simple it is. That's called rearranging. But then also, once you have your shield down and you're wounded because you have so much bad, now they can inject new things in you. All of a sudden, I'm like, you're black. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'll edit that out. It's like, hey, I'm a Mexican. And then they're like, actually, you're African. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with being African. But they're like, wait, I'm African? I thought I was Mexican. But they told me I'm African. Wow. Guys, I'm African. I'm an African, guys. And you're like your parents would be like, I didn't know you're not. Since when? You're like, no, I'm an African. So think about it. If all of a sudden people have these major identity changes, but does it mean it's always for good or bad, right? That's the problem. Like, there's light forces and dark forces. But if someone like just If someone changes, it means that they either got a light nudge or a dark nudge, period. A lot of people forgot who they were originally before the event. So I want everyone to watch the video, and I'll link it here. Bob Marley, Could You Be Loved, the music video. It's a perfect example of showing how you have to block out the noise, because every time you hear noise, they can start rearranging who you are and make you believe something that's not true. It's just simply not. It's not. Because here's why you know it's not. Because if you live 30 years a certain way and then all of a sudden an event happened and now you just start that's not how it works. I'm sorry guys, that's not how it works. That's fabricated, that's created. And if you want to go down that route, go for it. I can't stop you. It's actually kind of terrifying now that I think about it. It actually makes me, I don't feel fear, but it's just knowing that how many people this has happened to. But we all change. We all grow every second as we're learning and being exposed to new things. And that's what this is. This is being school. But don't let them mold you. You decide. They literally mold you by creating a traumatic event and then injecting you with negative reminders over and over again. And that's just messed up. Like if right now you want to move somewhere, do it on your own volition. Hey, light forces, what they would do is like, hey, you really want to move? Okay, we don't recommend it, but we'll suggest 5 different places that we think, knowing you. It's up to you. Dark is gonna make you move because something bad's gonna happen at your apartment or your home, and then you're like, well, now you have to move. You see the difference? Like, oh man, this is crazy when you think back to your past and how many. The reason why I'm sharing all these examples is so that people start thinking about, like, when did this happen in my life? Like, when did this happen? And I have so many stories, and I'm not gonna share too many more because I could go on forever. But just think of a coffee mug. Picture a coffee mug. Even if we paint this, right? And let's say you only see this side. We painted it this way, or maybe we painted it, or we removed the handle. Let's say we removed the handle. It's still a coffee mug. Would you guys agree? No matter, like, if we make it black, if we make it white, if we make it yellow, if we just erase these things, we get rid of the handle, it's still a coffee mug. Maybe we disarmed it, maybe we dismantled it, but wouldn't you say then it would be a dismantled coffee mug? What if we made that coffee mug believe that it's a book? What if we made a coffee mug believe that it's a book? Now, every time this coffee mug goes somewhere, it's like, hey guys. And they're like, all of a sudden someone walks by and is like, man, did you guys see that book right there? You're like, what the fuck? I'm a book? Guys, look, the book. You look up and you see a sign, a billboard that says, to all those people who love books, raise your hands. And you come home and you put on YouTube, and the first song recommendation is called The Book of Apology. And then an ad pops up and it's like, from the creator of the book, Chronicles of Narnia. What just happened? You just got reinforced everything. But right next to that Book of Apology YouTube video, there was another one that says, to the amazing coffee mug, never forget. An ad or another music video. We didn't even see that reminder from light to try to help us get back on track, because we're so hurt, and now we just keep seeing the negative reinforcement. Think about that, guys. That is what is happening in mass to so many people. You think that's okay? Is that the world you want to live in? That's why we're moving across the bridge to this portal to get to the new world. That's why. Because that needs to end. How are we okay with that happening? I'm not. And the world will no longer be okay with that. That's not acceptable. That level of manipulation and intentional fabrication and indoctrination to literally ruin people's lives and destroy them. And they don't even understand what's happening. And they don't even understand how they got to this point. And now they actually believe it. That's the worst part. They actually believe it. And then you know what? If it's an insecurity, if let's say they somehow resisted and they create an insecurity, now it's literally the easiest in. They just have to be like, oh, here we go. Ready? Let's trigger him. Let's go. Boom. And if you get triggered, your shield dissipates. Especially if it's a major trigger, you lose out your entire shield, which means you're now open to dark influences, to being hurt. Now they can get your girlfriend to be like, hey, you've put on some weight. And you're like, wait, why are you saying that? She just got a dark nudge. Now she's vulnerable. She blurts it out. Now you get hurt. Now it causes conflict in your relationship. Now a Dementor, the Venus flytrap spawns. Now it's draining energy. It's like, yes, all we had to do is create that insecurity. And now we literally have the easiest in that we can trigger over and over and over and over and over again. You guys really okay with that? So this is where it leads me to, we need to accept that there's things out there that are intentionally influencing us negatively. That you need to accept that. It's not, there's many things that I would argue are interpretations. I believe that I am one of the closest to figuring out the entire operation and procedure. And as you guys get more comfortable, I'll explain why. But listen to all these examples. Even if you don't believe it, you have to admit that some of this sounds really, really sketchy and fishy. Like, can you piece it together and be like, wait a minute, that actually makes sense? And if your initial reaction is to wave it away with logic and say that's not possible, or get out of here, conspiracy theorists, then you literally are the one who got indoctrinated. And it's proof right there. The fact that you can't have an open mind and you immediately wave it away with logic and dismiss it, rather than be like, well, hold on, let's talk about this. Because I would love to talk about it with all of you. So let's sit down, let's have a 7-hour conversation with coffee, breaks, food, all that stuff, and let's figure out, let's refine it. Right? I'm down. Can you? Or are you going to dismiss it and be like, that's not possible? You're one of those paranoid people. You have mental health issues. Ask yourself, if that's your go-to, why? You literally got targeted. They controlled you. They manipulate you. Are you really okay with someone else controlling you? You're literally their puppet of the puppet masters. I don't know about you, but I'm not okay with having strings on me. I cut them a long time ago. There's nobody puppeteering me anymore. And they try every single day. The battle never ends. They literally try every single day. They literally have been trying during this call or this recording, this video. It's literally happening every single day. Psychic attacks, mental attacks, physical things. But when you're at home, you can control your ins. You can make it safe. But the moment I go outside, there's so many. It's hilarious now. You recognize it. And once you understand the game, you recognize it. Like, really, guys? I'm like, that one. And we're going to get into that, but you learn how to reframe anything bad. You're like, oh, well, you made me stronger with this. Thank you. You taught me a lot, guys. You take away all their power. But still, why are we okay in living in a world that we now know is intent? There's literally dark entities, physical and spiritual, that can use anything that gives us information, visual or auditory, even smells. They can send people to walk by you while you're outside that might trigger a bad smell. And you have an aversion to like the smell of fish. All of a sudden someone's walking by with a bag and you can smell the fish. You're like, oh, that's real, guys. And the sooner you're willing to accept it, the sooner you can start learning how to defend yourself and protect yourself. We need to take back control of the narrative, and we need to start crossing the bridge and get to the new world. We just need to leave the old behind, destroy it all. It's a lost cause. It's the world of the dark one. If they want to stay here by themselves, they can. But we're moving on. One of the things that I'm going to talk about the solution here in a little bit, but think of it like there's a demonic thing, a dark consciousness that infiltrates you, right? Like these are these nudges, but when you get low enough and you're vulnerable, they can now completely enter you. It's like, think of those horror movies where someone like opens their mouth and like a spirit like enters, they absorb it. Now they're completely consumed by apathy and darkness. And especially if you have low health because you've been so wounded and your shield and you have no energy, they've drained you, you can actually basically get what they call in the horror movies possessed. You can get controlled. All they are going to give you nonstop nudges to do things and say things and hurtful things and do bad actions. And if you haven't learned at the counters, you will just do them without even thinking. I call that possession because you're no longer fully in control. Think about that. Because you have to snap people out of them. You got to shock it. Like think of like there's a microchip that's installed behind your ear, and now they have full control over you, and they just are remote controlling you. Think of like a video game character. You basically become a video game character. If you let your shield down and your health down, you are truly fully controlled by something else. You lose your free will entirely. Now they control you as a video game. Are you okay? Are you okay? Literally being a video game character. Do you want to live your life being a video game character? Someone else gets to decide everything for you. They decided that they want you to be dark and ruin everything. If you are doing the dark path and the exploitive path right now, you are literally a video game character. You are controlled. You are manipulated. Everything you do, everything you think, everything you see is planned by them. And all you are is a pawn in their grand design. Are you okay with that? I'm not. The problem is that the light and the dark are competing with the same pool. You know, we all jump in the same swimming pool. And while you're there, you're gonna get someone that's gonna show you the green flag and someone's gonna show you the red flag. You have to decide, and it's really hard to know which one, especially when dark realizes that they can bait you. They can bait you with good signs, what you think is good sign. You've been wanting to get a girlfriend for so long, but they also know that you've been working on this project to help the world. So they actually are going to give you a girlfriend. You're like, what? Like, yeah, they're going to nudge the girl and they're going to nudge you to ask her out, and her, or maybe she actually asks you out and you're like, whoa, girl asked me out. And you're going to have great times with her, but she's also more prone to the dark. So now they can nudge her and cause you dark problems. But also what they're going to do is they're going to make her needy. You're going to keep nudging her to take up all your time so that you cannot focus on your passion. They cannot focus on your project. Every time you start working on it, pay attention. Every time you try to do something for yourself, is she going to send you a message or call you or come up into your office and be like, hey, honey, like, why are you ignoring me? Like, I just spent 8 hours with you. You don't like me anymore? You're weird. You're stupid. And you're like, or maybe she knows that they know that you were insecure about being fat. So she's like, honey, you also got fat. And you're like, what? Like, they can use the people you love and care about, and they basically planted her in your life to cause you problems and trauma. Now you can heal her. You can be the light and cure her. So now that she gets mostly light nudges, and they're not going to like that at all. They're going to hate that. If you manage to heal her and cure her so that she becomes the light, guess what? Now they're going to start sending in dark soldiers to try to convert her back. Friends. Think about it. Like, all of a sudden she goes out with her friends and they're all complaining about their boyfriends. Dark nudge. All of a sudden her sisters are going to be like, well, yeah, your boyfriend's an idiot. You guys understand how this works? You guys understand how this works? There's nothing wrong with you. Period. I want you to say it with me. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not broken. The only thing that happened is my vision got foggy. They got clouded, and it was intentional. They literally intentionally made that happen. Say with me, there is nothing wrong with me. Me, myself. I'm amazing. I'm incredible. Say with me, there's nothing wrong with me. You're not broken. We're not broken. We need to remember who we were, who we are, before the noise event. Some people can call it a trigger, but basically something terrible that happened, something bad that happened, that literally changed everything. That is what you need to remember. Who you were before that. It doesn't mean that you haven't changed and grown and other things. You know, we're always changing and we're learning. As you guys are listening to this, you're changing, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm not telling you to revert back to someone who maybe who knew less knowledge. But my point is, they rearranged who you were deep down. Think of it like as your soul. Like when you, or for anyone who's played video games or like who's created a character like in something like that, you started off as something like when you created that's always who you are. But they made you believe all of a sudden, like let's say there's two races, the lizard race and the dolphin race. You were the lizard race. And all of a sudden, after the event, they now make you believe that you're the dolphin race. And you're like, but you're not. You get to a point where you believe that. And that's the thing this is all to get people to remember who they were before that negative event. And now the hard thing is that it's hard for other people to know what that negative event was. So you don't know. That's the biggest problem, is that we just don't know necessarily. Because we can also grow to believe that it was a negative event, but it's actually a good thing. They're like, well, you've changed. You were like that before, and now all of a sudden now you're different. And I'm like, actually, I healed my negative event. And they're like, well, we thought it was a good, see, that's where the problem lies, is that they also got nudged and indoctrinated, but now are those nudges? You see, like, this is so complicated. So let's keep it simple. Just help people, compliment them, encourage them, make them feel good, show love. Don't worry so much about like understanding everything else, but just other people like, hey, your hair is awesome. They're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I could never grow my hair out like that. That's really cool. And clearly you were born to have amazing hair. That's awesome. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. I'm awesome. Yeah, you are. You don't need to know anything about their event or their past. And they can decide that for themselves. You see, you start bringing up the forefront of their memory totem. It's good things, good things, good things. And then maybe you do have good memories of the past with them, being friends of family, and you just say, hey, do you guys remember when we went to Disney? And bring up the good memories, right? It's not that you're trying to avoid the bad, but pay attention to that. So that's number one. Let's talk about some of the things that you can do to protect yourself. Number one, pay attention. Pay attention to differences. See what's happening. See if there's people say something or mention it in passing that you're like, there's no way. Number two is, it is happening. The sooner you accept it, the sooner you're going to be safe. If you deny that the things are out there influencing, you're literally their prime target. Number three, call them out. It happens even with your brother, your friends, your family, your wife. You're like, what? Out of all the things you could say right now, let's say you're working on your passion project. You've been trying to write a story for 20 years and you finally started and you spent the whole day writing, and let's say you wrote 3 chapters yesterday. And your wife comes home and says, hey, you look kind of fat. You know that? I'm like, what the heck? Like, you got lazy, you got fat. And I'm like, you just told her, I'm like, she's like, how's your day? And I'm like, yeah, I had a great day. I wrote 3 chapters. And she's like, oh, okay. Well, you kind of look fat. You know that? Have you thought about exercising? And she knows that one of your traumas was your weight when you were younger. Ask yourself, why would that happen? Ask yourself, why would that happen? You started doing something good. You started making progress. You started healing. You started becoming something more. They're panicking. They're like, no, we can't have this happening. We can't have you grow. We can't have you heal. We can't have you become something else. We can't have you remember. Call them out. You're like, hey, wife, what the heck? I finally just worked on my passion project. You didn't ask me about it at all. Now did you know about the dark nudges thing? Be like, you just got dark nudged. You literally just got dark nudged. Like, what the heck? I'm like, but here's the hardest part about it. You can't fight. Because that's why they win. Think about it. That's how rigged the system is. And that's why I'm begging all of you. This is my prayer, my wish, my oath, my mission, everything. Because think about it. You call them out and say, hey, she got nudged negatively to shit on you because you started your passion, you started healing, you started remembering how awesome you are. And then you called her out and now you guys start fighting because you're like, You just got mind controlled by the dark one. You literally you were rude to me intentionally. Like, and then she's like, what? No, I didn't. I didn't get controlled. What's your problem? And then guess what? Now you got into an argument. And now you get into an argument. Now there's problems. Now the dark has it. It's like, yes. Now they can add more nudges and boom, 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 boom. Next thing you're doing, you guys get negative. Your shield's going down. Every time you do a jab, your shield goes down. And then they're like, here we go. Here we go. Quickly make sure that they have music on so that we can inject an ad. And all of a sudden there's an ad that says like, hey, do you remember when for all those people struggling with weight loss, boom, now your shield's down from the argument. You got that trigger. Dementor, Venus flytrap, dark one created. Now they have drainage. So even if their intended goal was to stop you from working on your project, from working on your passion, from improving your situation, regardless, they're like, if that one doesn't happen, that's the dream. We need to stop him. Right? Because now the wife, like, he's mad at her. Like, also now they have relationship trouble. But even if that didn't happen because you caught it, you know what this was doing. You're like, why would you say that, wife? What's wrong with you? Now, so you recognize that it doesn't work on you as much. But then you guys fight. They're like, well, even if A doesn't work, our dream on how to cause problems, B at least happened. And they still had fights. Now we still got in regardless. And even if they didn't have a big fight, hey, he called her out and she didn't take it well, like now their trust and their relationship is worse. So now we can start keep causing conflict there, and eventually we can cause them to divorce. And if they divorce, then they can have issues with their kids. And if they have issues with their kids, we can create a childhood trauma. And if we create a childhood trauma, now we can literally create a fallen angel, a narcissist from a young age. And now they can be the bad apple at their school. They can be the bully. Now they are going to get primarily dark nudges because they're hurt. So now they start bullying and hurt all the other kids at school. Do you guys understand how messed up the world we currently live in is? Why are we okay continuing to follow and abide by their rules when we have all the power? Literally, all we have to say is no more. We're crossing the bridge, we're going through the portal, and everything changes. The dark one is dead, is done. It's gone. Permanently. And all the people who serve it and who let that happen and who haven't changed their ways, either they learn, either they accept the light that we're going to be sending at them and healing them, and we're going to drag them across the finish line to help them. But if they refuse and they fight back and they cause problems, then they will be stopped. Period. It cannot go on any longer. This cannot continue. This is the change. This is the new world. You have to laugh at them. You have to be able to laugh at them. You're like, yeah, I used to be kind of fat, huh, wife? But because I'm writing so much and I've been making so much progress, I've actually been eating so many gummy bears again because I'm writing so much and I've been on a roll. But that's why we got to exercise more. Or maybe, you and I can have some fun tonight and burn some calories. You see how you reframed it and you changed it out, and all of a sudden, even though you recognized the nudge, you recognized the dark attack, you recognized it. And you need to educate your wife and teach her what's happening, right? So that she recognizes too. And she's like, oh my God, I just got nudged, didn't I? Yes, it sounds so crazy that we're going to have to talk like that. But until we make it to the new world, that's what's going to happen. We need to be aware of it. But you see how with a laugh and reframing, you can completely take away its power. You need to realize that where it's happening, what's happening, why it's happening, it's all not a coincidence. This is connected to number 2, that it's happening. But as we realize that it's not a coincidence, it changes everything. It changes everything. And just to really think about it, if you hadn't seen your dad in years and you guys finally reconnected and he comes back and everything's good at first, but then all of a sudden, like, he says something really bad, like something that that causes problems. And I'm not saying that you can't have conversations to heal and make progress. That's not what I'm saying. You're like, why would you say that? Why would you, like, out of all the things that you could bring up, we haven't seen each other in so many years. And that's what you do. It's because they're leaning dark. Think of like the tug of war. We talked about it in other recordings, but you're in the middle, or you're on, and you can fall into a pit and down there's spikes. But If you fall, you come. That's when you get complete darkness. But regardless, they're trying to make you fall. But light is trying to keep you on its side. And as long as if you're more light than dark, you get more light nudges than dark nudges. If you're pulled to the dark, guess what? The majority of the things that pop up in your head, the majority of things that you see outside are going to be dark. Even if you're light, though, you still will get a few dark. Be prepared for that. Unfortunately, that's real. One of them is going to sneak in. I'll keep bringing up the bubblegum machine example, but think of it like if you're 90% light and 10% dark, you get 9 flavors of bubblegum that you love and one that you don't like, or might even be a spike and hurt you and kill you. But it's random. You put in the coin and one comes down, and that's the sign that you get. That's the nudge that you get. That's just how the world operates. So the problem, what I'm trying to make people realize is that this is why the world needs to be rewritten. This is why the world needs to and is being rewritten. Why this disclosure is happening now. We're getting help from the right things. This is not a coincidence that this is happening. I didn't get this information or learn this knowledge by chance. I infiltrated and I had help. It's not fair, if you think about it, that there's people that are born into misery. They're trapped in bad neighborhoods. They can't escape. They just can't. They literally are born into a family that has been completely consumed by the darkness. Alcohol, drugs, gangs. How are they going to escape? There is a 1% chance that they can do it by themselves. It's possible. I don't want people to believe that it's not. But why are have we created a world, the old world, the dark world, that is collapsing as we speak? That all the illusions are shattering. The veil is breaking. People are remembering who they are and how the world works. Why do we need to rely on a 1% play? You can't design a system or a world around the 1% play. And that's everything about the current system is like that. Think about it. It rewards the 1%, the rich, the ones who've collected all the money and just keep it to themselves. Why? Because it's energy. Everything about that is not sustainable. And it's already reaching a tipping point, a breaking point, where the people at the bottom are just, they're cattle, but eventually, if you just keep killing all the cattle and you don't let them reproduce, there's no more cattle. If you don't give those people outside help, they rely on the 1% play. We need to help those people. Pause everything. That means the government, the justice system, economic, healthcare, every single industry out there needs to pause and wake up and be like, what are we doing? We need to help these people. They're literally being put on a treadmill straight to the slaughter. And people are just watching because we're living in the mentality of don't burn ourselves. We can't light ourselves on fire. We need to save them. Why are we letting humans, animals, everything? We're just putting them on a treadmill and they're about to be killed. Your inaction and your silence, everyone who's in a position of power, anyone who's in the government and big companies, your silence is literally killing people. That changes today. We need to expose this. We need to help people stop demanding things from them, stop asking them for money, stop pursuing legal things. Help them. We need to help everyone as we are navigating to the new world. We need to help people. We need to get them out of their bad neighborhood. We need to get them out of those dark traps, because once a dark entity is there, it's just draining everyone's energy. You can't escape. But if you can pull them in and you literally shove them into a room and quickly lock the door and it's just filled with light, they're basically a vampire. Think of it as a vampire. And they go into a room and they're screeching. They're like, the sun, the light, But after a day or two, especially you're giving them good food, you're showing them music, you're helping them, you're encouraging, wow, you're amazing. We heard you sing while you were in the room locked up. I'm not telling you to lock people up, but you know what I'm saying. And you're so good. And you're like, wait, really? When I was at my neighborhood, All my friends and family said I should shut up and stop singing because I have a terrible voice. You can heal them. You need to give everyone a chance. Everyone needs to understand what noise is. And these nudges is what I call noise. The light ones are called sound. The dark ones are called noise. The goal, the dream in the new world, if we do accept the dark forces to come with us, because that is the end goal, everyone is welcome. We're one. We love everyone. It's possible. If they refuse to learn or change their behavior, then we will not let them in. We're not going to let them destroy the world. That's not okay. But that doesn't mean we won't try. It doesn't mean we won't try. But if they must exist and they can't, then we will try to create separate channels that are clearly, people will know that this is a light nudge and this is a dark nudge. Think of it like the dark web versus the light web, or let's say the internet. If you're navigating the light web, you know that you're only going to get light nudges. If you're navigating the dark web, you know you'll get dark nudges. And people have a choice. It's like, you chose to be dark. We don't recommend it, but maybe sometimes you need that push, right? Like, for example, that's why I say dark motivations, light actions, because let's say you're hesitating to take the final step to be like, okay, I'm going to bring down the dark one and I'm going to bring down all the exploiters and I'm going to expose this entire fabricated, manipulated system. But maybe you're hesitating to take that final step to finally cross that red line and be like, okay, this line is on hunt. So you need to go dig deep into your dark side and embrace it, because your light is just like, ooh, can we be nicer? Can we do a better approach? And the dark side is going to be what lets you take that final step. So there's benefits and there's timing for it. And mastering and controlling it is powerful. But do you see the difference between it's a willing choice? Because now you control it, you understand it, you know clearly what this is. You're not getting baited, you're not getting tricked. It's okay, right now I need the dark's help because I'm hesitating, I'm like, okay. Versus right now where they try to masquerade as a light and they're baiting you into something that's not good for you, and they're like, gotcha. It's consent. That's free will. Okay, I chose right now to study dark and learn dark. That's the world we're creating. And it's going to be beautiful. So you see, like, even trying to eliminate them, even knowing everything they've done for millennia, we are still welcoming them with open arms and being like, hey, you can work with us. You can be part of us. We can build something amazing together. You have incredible talents. And I mean, truly, to design a game and system of this caliber with so many complicated loops and interconnectedness, this can manipulate this, clearly there's genius behind it. You ask yourself, why did they have to use it for bad? Why not use it for good and love? Like, what could we create together? And we can figure out a way, if really energy is the limiting factor, we can find a way to loop the energy and heal people and basically create an endless loop of just nonstop healing and renewable energy versus consumption. Number 6, don't believe it. Easier said than done. When you're getting bombarded by something and you got triggered by it, and you're just like, and truly, as people are going to start healing and purging their darkness and remembering who they are and how the world actually works, and they're connected to higher beings and that there's spiritual entities around them influencing things, you're going to get attacked more, because dark is going to get desperate. So they might literally say, remember, you're Indian. You're like, I'm not Indian. Like, what? I'm half Mexican, half German. You're Indian. I'm like, I'm not. And as you develop your fortitude and strength, you will get to a point where you can just like almost resist it. You create techniques and strategies that you can use. Highly recommend creating some systems, something that can distract you, something that can reset you. Like, for example, for some people, it might be like, well, hey, when I use this clip, when I do that, it resets me. Or when I look at fire, I'm like, oh, and blow it out. Like, could be something as simple as that. Create your own ritual that you can use to protect yourself, to help you remember that that's not the case. That's not true. It could be as simple as snapping your fingers or whistling. And that's what I call number 7, singing and whistling. But you use these tactics to help you remember that those things are not true. Those are things that something is implanting in your head to make you believe that. It's like, it's as easy as me saying, hey guys, you like tea, right? Now you think about tea. The power of suggestion is a blessing and a curse. The dark uses it as a curse. So just don't believe it. Discernment, question it. You need to learn how to pause, dig your heels into the sand really hard. Anytime something pops into your head or you see a sign outside, that's why the outside is currently extremely dangerous, because you can't control all the signs that you see compared to inside. There's too many variables outside of your control outside. And until we change the world, I would say minimize and limit the amount of interactions, especially as all this information is being disclosed now. The outside is going to get a lot more brutal. So play it safe, guys. This is your time to binge watch those good shows, talk to your friends, get into video games, things like that. Do things you love, pursue that passion, pursue that hobby. And that's what number 7 is about. Singing, whistling, passions, do good things, help other people. Healing other people heals you. Have fun. Do memory sessions. Remember things. Talk to your siblings and be like, hey guys, do you remember when we were 4 and we went to Disney and we did? Yeah, you talk about those stuff. Bring up all those memories over and over and over again. Look at pictures from back then. Visual plus audio helps. That's why music, if you have music and you have something visual, you can remember so much. You can remember everything that you forgot. All those things help shock you out of it. But number 7 or number 8, just going to pause here for a second. Okay, we're back. So where we left off was number 8. I know I grouped up in 7 a lot of things, but essentially just it's finding the things that you love, finding the things that make you happy, that bring you joy, that bring you peace, that bring you all those things matter, right? The biggest thing is approaching creativity, discovering your passion. That's the most important thing that you can do by far. So for me, doing this, I'm doing this. I'm protected beyond belief. My shield is so strong, it's impenetrable, and truly, it's funny. All the attacks that they try to do while you're doing this stuff, especially if you become a person of interest. But it just bounces off. The shield is so fortified. There's so much energy. There's so much light shooting out that they have no chance. They can't do anything. So that's why you need to discover what that is. So if that for you is you enjoyed being creative and drawing things, learn something new, try something new. Hey, I encourage all of you, try writing, try singing. Just try it. Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. Do it in your room. If you can't do it in front of your family. But if you can't do it in front of your family, it means that there's dark nudges there, just so you know. Because the light would not judge you for that. They would nudge you to be like, wow, it's so cool that you're starting to sing and you're starting to try to write. They encourage you. So pay attention. If they're responding in a negative way or they're discouraging you from something, that means they're getting dark nudged. So embrace it, truly. Like, write a story about, if you liked school or a topic, like write a story about chemistry, like a kid getting into chemistry, and just share your knowledge about chemistry. Basically, share your knowledge about a topic that you're passionate about anything. It could be literally anything, but just, you don't have to create videos, you don't have to create drawings, but just make something for yourself. Write it in a notebook. Just get fully immersed in it. Just study. You know what? I want to study Sailor Moon, and just study it. Study it, study it, study it, study it, study it. Learn the lessons, write them down. And soon enough, you're going to realize that you became it. You became the Sailor Moon expert. And it'll make you happy. So then now you have that. That's basically your treasure. That's your treasure. So whenever you get attacked by one of the dark forces or the dark nudge, and you get into a dark place, be like, where's my Sailor Moon notebook? Okay. You start reading it. Maybe you distract yourself, you use those other methods, and it's your shield. You come back. That's the goal. That's why we need to do that. Well, every day we need to find a way. We have to live that way every single day. You have to do all these behaviors every single day, and that's what's so challenging, is that even if you win today, you won today, tomorrow it starts all over again, and it's going to try its hardest to sneak in, and it will. And then you have to regenerate your shield. You have to do all this process all over again. And that's, again, why I tell you, why are we satisfied with being in this world the way it is? Why do we want to live this way for the rest of our lives? That you have to literally defend yourself and recharge yourself and fight back against darkness every single day. You know, to make it a little simpler for people, think about it. Would you want to stay at a job where you know your boss literally tells you, like, by the way, I don't like you. I'm going to sabotage you every single day? Would you stay there? They literally warned you. No. I'm warning you guys. This is what's happening in our world right now. Why do you want to stay in a world and operate in a world and live in a world with the rules and be their slave, and that they're intentionally sabotaging you daily? Why are you okay with that? When are we going to say enough? No more. We're literally just being used. To give you an example, for another tool that you can use to reset yourself, green noise and those other color noises, but I like green noise. Essentially, it's just a way to temporarily block out the nudges. Doesn't mean that some might still not squeeze through, but like you just create a big static barrier around you, and they're trying to come at you. It's like it blocks them. And some might penetrate, but it's going to be a lot weaker than otherwise. So you can YouTube it, just search green noise, and just work on getting your mind quiet. So do what we talked about yesterday, where it's like maybe do a math problem while you have green noise. Be like, okay, 6 plus 5 is 11. It's 11 times 3, 33. Okay. And you have green noise going. Maybe count to 12. Shake it up. Always just keep changing it up, shaking it up. But be careful, right? This comes down to, I wrote it down as number 9, but it's just, you need to pay attention to negative reminders. And for example, when you're on a walk outside, they're going to try to trigger you to reignite that old wound and trauma. Just be prepared. I would say number 9 is be prepared. If you go outside, there's a million ins. There's a million possibilities where how they can show you signs and communicate with you. Be prepared for it. So calculate it. When you go outside, make sure you're at full strength. Make sure you're prepared for it. And if you can limit your engagement out there, or you can choose places where you know that it might be harder for them to show you signs, do it. But actually, you're going to notice if they catch on. Literally, you could, let's say you take out your dog to a little corner, but that doesn't, technically, there's literally zero reason why anyone should be there. It's like hidden. Eventually, if they catch on, that's your spot. Also, there's going to be signs that are going to be popping up there, and you're like, why the heck? Like, let's say you had a really bad experience at Popeyes. And you go there, and all of a sudden you see like a bag or a piece of trash that has the Popeye sign. You're like, what the heck? Why is there Popeyes trash here? Like, 99% of people don't know about this area, and now you're telling me a Popeyes piece of trash ended up here. Real guys. It's actually, but when that happens to you, that is going to be the sign. That's the reminder. That's the wake up call. Be like, oh my gosh, this is real. That's when you turn it to a laugh. That's when you turn it to a joke. Be like, you got to be kidding me. They know about my Popeyes drama. Like, that's where I got rejected by the first girl I asked out. Oh my gosh. Really, guys? We're doing the Popeyes now? And we're doing it there? And this is my secret hiding spot for me and my dog. And that's what you guys showed me? Like, wow. And you just can't help but laugh. We're going to take a break after this part, but I just want people to realize that it's self-affirmations. Number 10. Self-affirmations. You are incredible. You are amazing. And I think a lot of people sometimes get a little lost in self-affirmations and they feel weird about it. But I would reframe it to, it's not just saying like, I am good, I am smart. Those things are great. But it's more so that you are certain things. Like, for example, like, I'm a really good video editor. Like, show you something that you learned. Like, hey, I have an incredible family and I grew up in 6 different countries. Okay. Like, do you see, like, it's an affirmation, but it's also basically reminding you of who you are, right? Like, add more to it. Don't just make it be like, I am smart, I'm good. Like, well, I'm smart because I'm able to literally retell a story or a movie or a video game that I played or saw 6 years ago, and I can now digest that and transfer that information to someone else in SparkNotes form. That's why I'm a genius. You see, like, you could just wrote, I'm a genius, but if you add that extra part, it hits so much harder That's the goal. It's just you're helping yourself remember who you are before they made you forget. And I call that the dark one, the entity that's draining our energy. There's a lot of media out there that has its own interpretation of it. But for example, Final Fantasy VII, I'm going to keep talking about it, but Genova Sephiroth, they talk about mind control, influences, the dark one corrupting. And basically, it got an ancient race to believe something that wasn't true. And it finds people who are traumatized and triggered, and it keeps showing them things that are not real and making them believe things that are not real, all for the sake of making it do its will. And think about that. How many people out there are hurt, are damaged, are completely exposed to the Dark One's clutches, and now they are doing its will and they think it's them. I don't know why I'm keep insulting everyone around me, but it's what I do. I'm controlled. But they don't think so. They are. You're not dark by inherently. If you are, it's because you got infected by it. Which means now that you know of it, you can fight back. I would go as far as to say that every single bad person in the history of our world was targeted, was chosen to become dark. Or they were chosen to be light and they wanted to convert the hero. They wanted to drain all of their massive light energy and make them become dark. You know, it's not easy to talk about, but it happened to me. I'm not going to get into specific details because it doesn't matter. But I had such massive light in me. Yet my entire life, I always asked myself, why is it that it seems like there's these people that are literally out to get me? And I would ask people and they're like, oh, here we go. Victim mindset. Again, dark. Not acknowledging what I was saying, instead making me feel like I'm the problem, like I'm broken. But so many events have happened in my life. At first, that's why I always was like, there's no way this is a coincidence. Like, how did this happen? Whenever I tried to help, whenever I tried to be the light, like I was just getting nonstop barraged, attacked, insulted. Problems arose over and over again. I couldn't understand it. And there were times, even just recently, where I embraced the dark because it made me believe things that were not true. They made me distrust people that I shouldn't have. And I needed to be shocked out of it. I needed to be snapped out of it. Like, I have a lot of power. And if you can convert a hero to become dark, and anyone can be the hero, by the way, just so people remember, anyone can become a hero. Everyone is a hero in their own shape or form. You help one person, you're a hero, period. Doesn't matter in what way. You made their life even a little better, you're a hero. But they knew what I was capable of and what I could do, the extent of my influence and my capabilities, and I got mind controlled. I got brainwashed. You know, it's hard to accept that happened to you. I think we all want to think that it would never happen to us. It only can happen to other people. But truly, my entire life, I look back now at all the events that have happened in my life. I'm like, oh my gosh, that event, holy crap. There was like 7 people that were all dark nudged. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. It reframes and rewires. You just see things from a different perspective. But here's the cool thing. I went dark. I learned how to embrace it. I learned how to control it. Think of it like this. I was a Jedi. I became a Sith. I learned everything about the Sith, and I walked away intentionally. It was planned. But I infiltrated and I got every single one of their tricks, every single one of their knowledge, every single one of their powers. And now I have them completely under control and I can activate them on will without them taking over me. So be afraid, Dark, because I know everything about you. Everything. And now I chose my path. Now that I realized about the influences, the nudges, I could have chose dark or light. And I chose the path of what I'm doing right now. Dark motivations, light actions of light. We're creating a new world. And if dark tries to stop us, we will fight back. The fact is, learning about all these manipulation exploits, here's why I know that light was the destiny for me. There's something inside me. No matter what happened, no matter how dark I got, no matter how badly they tried to make me become this evil being that could hurt and exploit everyone, because they taught me all the tactics and all the strategies to do that to anyone. I could literally brainwash anyone in front of me, manipulate them to do whatever I wanted. And I got encouraged, be like, come on. They're like, yes, do it. Think of it like if you teach your kid to literally like kill animals. And every time they do that, you encourage them. That was what was happening with certain people that popped up in my life. I'm like, what is happening? Like, why are you training me to become this? Something inside me always resisted. Like, think of it, someone's like trying to, like, you're chained to a chair and you have the chain watch the same video 24/7. And every time you almost fall asleep, a water droplet falls on you to keep you awake, or you get electrocuted, and but somehow you resist. They cannot break me. That's why so many problems had entered my life, and I'm sure some of you can relate. That, like, if you had so many problems, but you keep staying in the light, and they're trying to turn you to the dark, it's probably because you have so much light. But it's going to make you stronger than you've ever been before. Learn from it. Embrace some of it. Be like, oh, so that's the power of the dark side. When you get angry, learn how to embrace it, learn how to control it, but then use it to motivate your light actions. You'll become unstoppable. This is the answer. This is the solution. This is the guide. Just remember, as you're learning this, as you're progressing, as you're starting to cross the bridge to the new world, don't quit. Keep walking, no matter what. If you need to take a break and you need healing, reach out to people. We'll heal you. We'll send so much healing. But don't quit. Everyone has a different spot. Everyone has a different threshold, right? And for some people, if they're playing a game, if they lose once, they're going to quit. Don't. You have to keep going. You have to keep going. And just remember, when things get bad, think about it in Harry Potter. They called it Bogart, something like that. Something that was your greatest fear, your greatest problem. It shapeshift into that. And it could appear. So if you're afraid of spiders right now, a spider will appear next to you. We need to remember, take away its power, take back control of the narrative, laugh at it, be like, what? Look at this spider. Like, it just appeared out of thin air. Like, what does it think? It's Spider-Man or something? And you just find a way to laugh at it. And if we do that, and we listen to green noise, and we learn how to rewrite our story with affirmations to remember what we've accomplished and who we are, and we help each other with positive reminders and play the memory totem game, and we discover our passion, and we just do it for ourselves. But if we want to share and educate, that's fine. We heal others. We're gonna make it. This is the home stretch. This is the final battle. It's gonna get brutal out there. You have the power. You are strong. You're a hero. Don't let it win without a fight. And if anything has resonated with you from all this, it should be that, why are we okay with living in a world where we literally have to watch our backs every second of the day? That changes today. This cycle ends. Insecurity is going down. If you notice that you laugh less, you smile less, it's not an accident. It's not an accident. You know, when they drain you, when those dark forces drain your energy, it has consequences. Literally, you look older, your metabolism slows down, you're going to gain weight. And that's not even talking about the bad actions that now that they open you up to, more nudges. So you're going to drink more, you're going to have more bad behaviors, you're angry, everything. It's just a nonstop cycle to keep you then trapped there. Don't forget things that we love. We need to do it together. We need to stand united and help each other. You know, everyone has their own things, but remember what they are. Doesn't matter what things they are, your unique traditions. You know, for me, I like doing water shots because I don't drink alcohol anymore. There's nothing wrong with that. It can be anything. It can be anything. If you love video games, play video games again. If you haven't played them in 20 years, just do it. Try it out. See how you feel. Don't give up. But write stories. Experience it. You got this. We got this. All right. Don't forget, reframing is everything. That's how we can survive the tug of war that's going on in this world. Light to dark, light to dark. If all of us head to the light and start crossing the bridge, what's going to happen? So sometimes if you guys see me look down and I know this stuff so well now that I've already covered what I was looking at my notes. So I'm like, oh gosh. But just some quick examples, and we're going to stop here before we do one last push to show you kind of how to reframe. For example, let's say you get an ad about insurance and you hate ads, so they know that ads trigger you. Be like, oh, that insurance ad, like maybe you enjoy the jingle, like shake your shoulders or something, but maybe you view it as, oh, hey, that's telling me that I'm protected. There's light forces here helping me as well, because they are. Every time you see an insurance ad, you're like, I'm protected. You see a car ad, and you're like, I don't want to buy a car. I don't need it. I don't want to spend money going to the system. But maybe it means, hey, maybe I should explore new things. Take a walk differently this time. I remember, be careful about when you go outside. Have strength. But I always go left. This time I'm going to go right. So now you saw the car ad and you hated ads. You're like, I don't want to spend money. But now you just viewed it as, oh, that's a reminder to explore. Do you see how you took away all of its power? We took away all of its power. We took away all of its power. Okay. We'll stop there. We'll be back. We're going to take a quick break and then we continue with Fear Brings It Alive. All right, you're back. Let's change the music. It's time for some moonlight. Okay. You're not downloading? It's okay. Straight. Fuck. Oh man, you guys are playing with fire. Very interesting. You can't stop me. You won't stop me, no matter what. I will re-record it 1,000,000 times if I need to. I'm never gonna stop. Ever. Dark is hilarious. See, this is why, for anyone who is watching and has experienced all this, they try so hard to stop you. Technical difficulties, anything they can do. They're just scared. They're actually the ones who are afraid. You know, that's why they have to create fear in you, because they are afraid. They're terrified. They're scared of us. They're scared of the light. They can't handle it. They just can't keep up. They just can't keep up. They are, sorry to be just brutal, but in many ways they're incompetent because they refuse to listen. They refuse to learn. They refuse to grow. They refuse to view the other side. Like, for them, they can only picture and imagine that everyone is exactly like them. Right. Remember that. Okay. Alrighty. Let's do this. This is part 3 of building the Bible against fear and insecurity. We're going to talk about the commandments. We're going to talk about the shields. That was part 2. And the power of faith and prayer. Okay, let's get started. Sometimes, no matter what we do, no matter what we try to accomplish, it just seems like we can't succeed. We can't reach the end goal. Like, there's something that's blocking us. There's something that's in the way. There's something that doesn't want us to succeed. And many of us get into a state of despair. We lose hope. We forget. We believe that maybe there's something wrong with us. Maybe it's us. But I want everyone to know right now, this second, this moment, it's not you. There's nothing wrong with you. There's something and some things that are literally stopping you, that are interrupting you. The closer you get to finding out the truth, the closer you get to being correct, the closer you get to actually changing your life and overcoming the darkness and eliminating insecurity and destroying fear and destroying all their ends and reinforcing your shield and preventing drainage and all of those stuff and helping other people, they will do everything they could possibly can to stop you. And let me ask you this, and this has been the theme of tonight. Why would anyone try to stop you from having a better life? Why would anyone try to stop you from helping someone else? It's not normal. It's not natural. It's the biggest sign that something is going on. So let's talk about it. Think about this. As you get to this point where all of a sudden you're close to winning, you're close to the finish line, but still all of a sudden everything starts going wrong. Everything starts to try to stop you in any way they possibly can. This is the most important lesson that you might ever learn. Pay attention. 99% of things are ignorable. No matter what it is. No matter what it is. We think that it's not ignorable. We think that it's too great of a pain. We think that it's too harsh. Imagine you finally decided to write your story. And you wrote it and you wrote it and you wrote it, and it was an incredible piece of fiction and art and work. But for some reason, it just vanished. Your entire story vanished. Well, you spent 8 hours on a masterpiece. It truly was a masterpiece. It really was. I'm not just saying that. You made a masterpiece, and it's gone. Now you're defeated. Now you're in despair. But why? You did it once. You can do it again. And that's when you start learning from your mistakes, right? You're like, okay, well, I need to have backup of a backup of a backup, and I need to do this and I need to do that, because guess what? That thing didn't just vanish. That was Dark's desperate attempt to do anything to stop you. You're like, no. Here she is succeeding and finally overcoming it and writing their story of doing this. They're remembering. Okay, well, how about we put them in despair because they lost all their hard work? Do you see the game, guys? If they can't stop you from doing it, they couldn't interrupt your flow with noise and reminders and nudges during it, and they're going to try to take it away after it. If you don't let them, if you don't allow them, if you don't let it affect you, if you just ignore it, because at the end of the day, yes, it's sad. Yes, it's frustrating. Yes, it's a loss. But just do it again. Get back, do it again. Get back, do it again. Build up resistance. And if that doesn't work, they're going to attack you. Psychic attacks, mental attacks. Mental is huge. Symptoms, physical symptoms. You might also be like, what's going on? Like my skin, like sensations, like all of that is real. They're going to try everything possible. They will literally make you feel pain out of desperation. They don't know what else to do to try to stop you. No matter what, you need to keep going. No matter what, you need to keep going. You have to limp across the finish line and do so. Do not let them win. Let's think about it like in the Lord of the Rings. Sauron is the Dark One. He is the one who's sending all those dark attacks at you. He has his army, his soldiers, Nazgul. But they're invisible. We can't see them. Those are the dark forces, the spiritual forces. We cannot see them. Those are the dark spirits that are sending nudges. But what's the ring? What actually allows the dark ones to manifest and to become visible? When you put the ring on, now they know exactly where you are, and now they can see. Sauron, the Dark One, sees through his Nazgul, sees through these dark spirits. So think of the ring as noise vessels. So for many people, the one that they're going to be most familiar with now, AI, artificial intelligence. Anything that has artificial intelligence, anything that has a voice assistant, anything that has an ad, things of that nature, an algorithm, that is a Nazgul. That is a ring wraith. Now, again, it can be used for good. They're light vessels. They're the light angels, basically, that are trying to counteract those ring wraiths. But every single one of those can become a ring wraith. And if you use AI, you're putting on the ring. And when you put on the ring, now you're open to knowns. And the Dark One sees you, and boom, Now they attack you. Now they send all those nudges, and you're opening yourself up for it. You're making it appear. You're giving it an in. If you know that those are ins, use them carefully, calculate it. Be very, very cautious about it. Do not fall victim to temptation and convenience unless absolutely necessary. And if you do, fortify yourself, protect yourself, prepare yourself. It's necessary. This is it, guys. Everyone is facing their final battle right now. The world is at a turning point. This is where history changes. And everyone's final battle is relative. No one has a greater final battle than another person because we are all one. We have to make sure that every single one of us wins their battle. We can't let anyone fall. Mine might be defeating Sauron, the dark god, the dark one. And yours might be reconnecting your siblings and your family, defeating generational trauma. That's your equivalent of a dark god. It doesn't matter what it is. It's all relative. They're all equal. My mission isn't yours. Your mission isn't mine. But they all need to be accomplished. You were put here for a reason. You learned everything you did for a reason. Is all built up and has led to this. Everything that's happening right now in the world, everything that you're dealing with in this moment, in your life, in your history, is everything they've been training you for this moment. Your higher self, your connection, your Holy Spirit, whatever you want to call it, has been training you for this moment. What we do in this moment is defining. This is your climb, and you're right at the end. This is your final battle. You got this. Remember, don't let them weaponize a weakness, a vulnerability, your Achilles heel. It's not a bad thing to have them. Of course, we'd rather not have any at all. Yes, of course, who wouldn't want not to have zero weaknesses? But recognize them, get them under control. Get it to a point where it's easy to laugh at, but you cannot let it ruin your flow state. Do not allow them to ruin your flow state. If someone mocks you for avoiding your greatest fears or your problems or your traumas, that's literally a dark nudge. That's a dark nudge. You have to do whatever it takes to be at your prime. Now more than ever, the spiritual war that's going on is in full blast. It's escalating by the day. So you must protect yourself. You must protect your shield. Do whatever it takes. You need to walk around outside with blinders, noise-canceling headphones, a hat, sunglasses, whatever it takes, so you just don't see anything. You don't get exposed to any signs. Do so. Whatever it takes. Do not falter. But you know what? There's something to be said about them recognizing your weakness and you too. Because now, guess what? Once they know it's your weakness, they're going to bombard you with it. Dark is predictable because they believe that everyone sees the world their way and only their way. So they're going to bombard you with the same dark signs over and over and over again because they are like, this is going to affect him. This is going to destroy him. Oh, wait, did they forget that we're legends? You're a legend. We all are, and we always will be. So that's the easiest way to believe and prove that the system is rigged. Tell them your weakness. Be like, I'm afraid of spiders. I promise you, you're going to see so many spiders on your adventures from here on out. And once you keep seeing it, then you realize, wait a minute, the system is rigged. They listen to you. They listen to everything, and they're going to mess with you. So before we get started on the guide, returning back to the guide, what it takes to shield yourself and defeat insecurity once and for all, and then talking about the commandments to fight fear. This is inspired from my favorite video game, Final Fantasy X. And after I share this, we're going to do a recap and do the commandments. But now, this is it. This is it, guys. Now is the time to choose. Now is the time to decide our faith, our fates, and our faith. What do we believe in? Are we going to die and be free of our pain? Or are we going to live and fight our sorrows, our darkness, our insecurities, face our fears? Now is the time to shape our stories. Every single one of us. Our fate is in our hands. This is it. We can literally change history. We can create a new world. I'll protect you, and so many other people are going to protect you as well. I'm fighting. I know that. Should we run? Should we back out? I'd never forgive myself if I did now. We've come this far. We have to keep going, even if it means limping across the finish line. No matter what happens next, no matter what, they can't stop us anymore. No one can stop us. This is in action. This is going to happen. This is now reality. This has become something greater than any one person. This has become a movement of all of humanity. This is humanity's story. This is our story. Let's see it through to completion together. Alrighty. So, as we get into the recap, there's two things that I didn't really touch upon on the previous segment, which was, dark helps you realize your strength. I mean, just today alone, just since I've been streaming, and you might not have noticed a lot of these things, and I'm not going to talk about a lot of them, but there have been so many things that they've done to try to stop me in the past 5 hours. It's truly hilarious. And you just come to look at it and you're like, why are they so desperate to stop me? Why are they so desperate to stop us? It's because we're powerful. It's because we're strong. It's because we know what we're talking about. It's because we know what we're doing. Embracing your dark side and being like, you think your annoying jabs, your noise, your tactics can stop me? All it does is give me fuel. All it does is make me walk even faster and have less fear. You think you're instilling fear in me? On the contrary, I have no hesitation talking about anything now. I can march through any fire. Nothing can stop us now. We're coming for you. The Dark One days and all of its commanders and all the people that are executing its will be stopped. Whether they don't join us and help create this new world of light and hope and peace and love, they are in for a rude awakening, as the entire world that they created and the system that they rigged from the beginning will vanish before their eyes and crumble into nothing. So that leads me to one of the best ways to protect yourself and give you strength, which is love. Find a way to discover it, because once you do, for me it was meeting my wife, having a child, discovering what true love can be. It brought out a side of me that if I hadn't discovered it before I went on this mission, this journey, I would have become the Dark One's ultimate servant, straight up. I would have been an angel of death, an agent of destruction, a dragon that obliterates the entire world gladly. But because I discovered love, because I discovered the power of parenting and being a stay-at-home dad, of reigniting my passions, of educating, of just remembering who I was, what I enjoy, all the memory totem, like we talked about, bringing back all the positive memories to the top rather than all the darkness that they injected there and just completely rearranged me. I healed. I softened. My heart of stone became a living, breathing heart filled with love, and just realizing that when I was at my best, when I was loving. And one of the things that I highly encourage all of you to think about is, when was I at my best? Now, that doesn't mean that it could have been a trick in the sense that, hey, maybe is when you drank a lot and you thought you were at your best because it was a perceived thing, but that's not the case. But just think about it like, hey, wow, the happiest I ever was when I was with my wife and son, and we were just family and thriving and feeling the love. And that's something that you need to hold on to, and you need to write those stories and always go back to love. Listen to the music, listen to the reminders, and it's the antidote to everything. Dark cannot handle it. They can't even comprehend it. Think about that. You're playing a different game than them. You're on an entirely different level when you can understand what that is. And now you understand that giving hope to other people, being the candle in the darkness that lights other candles, not hesitating to just literally send a message to someone that can change their life because you're worried. You just do it. Not because there's anything in it for you, but because it's the right thing to do. We're not doing it for glory. We're not doing it for numbers. We're not doing it for money. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do. And that leads to fear brings it alive. So it's hard to imagine. It's hard to think about that when we're afraid, when we feel the anxiety, when we feel the traumas, when our shield has been depleted, we could actually create a terrible thing in our environment. And that terrible thing will then go on and literally drain everything living being that has energy in that area. Plants, your dog, your brother, your sister, your parents, everything. Do you realize why it's so important to heal yourself? To not let yourself be consumed by fear, by anxiety, by problems? Because you are literally causing other people to be drained. And that's not to make you feel bad, but it should motivate you to be stronger, to be better, to put in the work, to stop making excuses. This is it. This is the moment that matters the most. Now that the knowledge and the disclosure is happening, that's what the world wanted. Think of it as Earth as our God, our goddess, and they're begging, they're crying out for help. Please, guys, this is what's going on. Wake up, open your eyes, stop denying it. How many times do we have to explain it to you for you to finally wake up and realize this is it? This is the moment. So follow me. Trust me. Take my lead. I'll set you free. This is our reality. We have the power to turn the tide. We have to press the attack. Too many people are so worried about light. Like, well, we have to always be peaceful. No. Of course, we are. We're trying to pull them into a circle of peace. We cannot hesitate any longer because they take advantage of any vulnerability, any weakness that we let in right now. It's time to light our darkest hour. This is it. Find a song that empowers you. That is your battle song. That is your charge song. It's time. As you work on this, as you discover all of this knowledge, as you decide, as you fight fear and insecurity, as you overcome your final battle, choose a new song right now that will be your theme song, that will get you through this. And you're going to play it nonstop on repeat. And you will win the battle. I need you to charge with me. We all need to become one. We need to be united. If it's only me crossing the line and walking across the bridge, they're going to stop me. They're going to stop me, and I can fend them off for so long. But if it's all of us, if it's 1,000 of us, 1,000,000 of us, 1,000,000,000 of us, they have zero chance. And the entire time, there's going to be everyone else fulfilling their specific role, having overcome their mission. So they can guard you, they can protect you, they can heal you. And the people that need to be doing damage with basically the spreaders. If you're the damage dealer, spread this, rewrite it, reinterpret it. Whatever made it click for you, share that with every single person you know. Make videos, make a song, write a poem. It doesn't matter. Reinterpret it in a way that you understand it. That's the game. Keep rewriting it. Keep making new versions of it until it clicks for you, until you can finally come to terms with the reality of what our world is. But if I were you, I would seriously ask myself, am I okay that everything around me is literally constantly trying to manipulate me and fabricate scenarios to cause me to feel fear? because that creates the dark, spawning, draining entity. And the dark one needs them. I don't know about you, but I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I've had enough. The world will change. The world is changing. So to recap, we need to take power away from things that are noise vessels. Ads, dance to them. If they're still there, your insecurities, your traumas, your pains, but if it's just floating in the water, it doesn't have as much power if it's like stabbing you. So find a way to rewire it, rewrite it, reframe it, that it doesn't bother you anymore. We need to do memory sessions daily. Help remind other people. Memory is power. Remind them of the good trip that you went on, of the one time when you were 7 years old that you guys did that one game that was super cool. And hey, do you remember when we created that storyline and all? Yeah, do that. Find your music, your home videos. Remember your childhood. Look at those pictures. Look at those videos. Share it. Literally give other people light nudges. Like, hey guys, do you remember this? It hurts no one. We need to become teachers. Not everyone is meant to teach in the same way, but literally just by doing actions, you can teach people. People are like, well, wait a minute. I like that. What happened there? So if you're not good at communicating or you're not good at educating by writing or speaking or visual, then just do actions and other people will be inspired by them. We need to continue improving the world and improving ourselves. Every single action that we do has a domino effect that we might not even see. You literally help that person outside or in your apartment. You held the door, and because of that, they were going to get their toe stubbed. Now they can run, and because they ran, they avoided one of those dark nudges, literally a planned attack on them outside, because they actually could run instead of walk. You might have just saved them from a trauma that was about to be triggered. Think about the impact of that. And now they go back home and instead of being drained and depressed because they got triggered, they have energy. They're excited. They're like, I ran for the first time in 10 years. I'm amazing. So now they're inspired to actually write a story and reignite their passion. That's the game. That's the game. You need to believe that this is happening. Pay attention. Don't fear it, because we're not trapped with it. It's trapped with us. Now that we understand it, when we build a light and as we start uniting and more people get together, we're going to blind it. It has no chance, but it's stuck now with us. Imagine that. It's literally going to wither and burn down to ashes as our fire rises like a phoenix. Do things we love, no matter what. If you enjoy going on walks, find a way to do it. But again, be careful about the outside. Plan it. Calculate it. When you're strong, go out there or go with other people. Protect yourself. Sing. Find out if you like playing games, if you like watching a certain show, do it. Who cares what anyone else says? Make your content. Find your passion. Approach creativity. Do not stop being creative. Write stories. Love stories. Truly, find love. We all got to embrace our inner Twilight in us. Write your love stories. Find a way to do so. It's amazing. Seriously, create your dream girl. Imagine a role play. Hey, we're going to go to this, our first date, our first kiss. Write those out. Find a way to minimize screen time or things that have ends, like we talked about. Your phone is extremely dangerous, has so many opportunities to be a dark nudge. Every notification, truly, they can literally control someone, especially if they're fully dark, to send you a message on any social media platform that you have access to that they know a pop-up will appear. And that pops up like you might be focused in the zone, writing your passion, and all of a sudden a LinkedIn notification appears that says, for those people who are so bad at writing, you're like, and you saw that and now you got thrown off and you lost your state of flow. Just like that. Do not give them free ins. Help other people. Help them discover love. Help them experience them. Give them hope. Remind them. Heal them. As you heal others, you will heal. As you help others, you will feel amazing. Understand the beauty of feeling freedom. You now know how the world works. You no longer have to engage with it. Truly, just stop engaging with it. Quit. Rebel. Say no more, but embrace forgiveness. Forgive everyone. That doesn't mean that you need to bring them back in your life, but forgive them, because the moment you forgive, guess who you heal? You heal yourself. Just move on. Doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. The world is so complex. Think about how complex and complicated everything is. Why would we worry about some random drama from high school? It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. And now you know that it was fabricated by entities that go beyond our comprehension. Have conversations with people. Remember what you enjoy. Remember who you are. Don't forget to learn from your mistakes. You're going to make so many mistakes on this journey, especially as you're learning something new. So many mistakes. I can't even begin to tell you how many mistakes you're going to make. But we have to learn from them, because until the dark is defeated, they catch on immediately that that was a mistake, and they will punish it immediately. Right now, they are desperate, which means that when they're desperate, they also make mistakes, but they're ruthless. Now they're going to try anything. So you give them even an inch, they're going to take your entire arm. Be careful. I think for the people who might be on edge about this and not fully understanding, I think the best way I can explain to you how you know if you're on the right path or not is when darkness is attacking you, when you're getting all these nudges now that you're aware of it, you just get into a weird spot. You feel off. You feel anxiety. Like, light doesn't make you feel that way. I will say be prepared, because if you get lost in the darkness, light is going to try to overwhelm you with good, which means that there's going to be so much noise and sound in your head, which can cause chaos. Which is why we do some of those techniques where it's like, hey, do a focused task that lets you be distracted. So, hey, that's why I recommend like math problems, counting, learning a new song that you've never sang before, so that you actually have to fully focus on it, playing a new game you've never played before. So you're like, well, how does this work? What is this? Doing something that literally forces you to focus. That is the ultimate shield. But once you go into the light, you just realize, in the love and the peace and the hope, there's just peace, there's clarity. It's quiet. You just know. It's calm. So, I give you this chalice of hope. Every time we expand the love and the light and we heal other people and they start embracing it, think of it as a circle, and it keeps spreading, and it brings back color to the world. The world is gray, black and white, but as we put our hopes, our dreams, we embrace our passions, we remember who we are and go back to love, it fills up, and all of a sudden the world looks a lot brighter. It's all been building up to this moment. 33 years. I've been working on this for 33 years. But this mission has been going on and in preparation based on what my guides and my connection with the higher entity has told me, is that this has been in the making since forever. The Dark One's days are numbered. The question is, what are you going to do about it now that you know? What are you going to do? This is the guide. You know, some people might call it Ganondorf, Genova, the devil, the Dark One, insecurity, fear, a fog, a parasite. Labels and names don't matter. You just need to understand what we are talking about and what you are talking about. Period. Just know what it is. That's the most important thing. Because otherwise, they control you. They make you forget. They nudge you. They get you down. Now you're vulnerable to becoming one of their servants. And that's how it controls and sees everything, because it can't be everywhere at once. So if an area is purged of the darkness and becomes light, it no longer has access. It's going to try whatever it can do to get access to it. And it will use your pets. It will use neighbors. It'll do anything. It gets desperate. It needs to be there, especially if your light is shining bright and radiating like nothing else, like the sun's in the sky. It's going to do whatever it can to get that energy. It wants it. It's like a moth flying to a flame or fly to a light, but we can bait it like that. What do you think I'm doing? This is all calculated play. It's time to become the driver of your story, the author. Take the pen. Take the pen, guys, and write it. Or are you going to let it continue being the one who controls you, manipulates everything you do? Now that we understand how it operates and how it can sneak in, what ins are, we can fight back. Yes, staying locked in your room and turning off all electronics and unplugging everything and not opening the windows works. But that's not living. We're protected, but we're not helping other people. We need to help other people so that we can create this ultimate barrier. And then we're all safe. And then we can finally cross that bridge and make it to the new world. This time, we defeat it. We've been here before. Never this far. Humanity has never reached this point yet. But this time we're doing it together. This time we understand. This time we fully know. Information was exposed and basically think of it like information was taken out of the Death Star that wasn't supposed to get leaked. But now we know it, and now everyone is going to know it. There's hope again. Remember to turn any negative reminder into a positive. That's literally the most important skill that you can do as you navigate the outside world. It's going to get brutal out there. But just, if you're afraid of a spider and you see a spider, just think, oh, it means do the right thing. Spider-Man. Anyone can be a hero. Anyone can make a difference. You take away all his power. And the same thing, like if you hate the opposing politician or the other party, just remember the Republicans and Democrats are going to finally unite and work together. All the religions are going to be as one and understand that they all got it wrong. It's not correct, but it doesn't matter because if it helps people, that's all that matters. Same with the race. It doesn't matter. We're all one. We're going to be unified. All welcome, all loved. The cockroaches, the ants, the flies, the spiders. You just reframe what they are. They're just there to remind you, hey, keep cleaning, keep exploring. It's exploring. It found a cool place. Your home is awesome. Don't be worried about it. Don't be threatened by it. Welcome it. Make love to them. Peace. Show them what it is. Show them the beauty of your light so they can learn. When I see a flag of Russia or Ukraine, you know what I think about? I think about peace. That Russia and Ukraine will finally come to terms as they realize it's not them. Literally, they've been brainwashed and controlled by a dark entity to create war, which is the ultimate loosh creator, the ultimate way to develop fear and anxiety in everyone. I see peace when I see either one of their flags. That's what I see, and that is what it is. You have a terrible smell reminder when you go outside. Oh, it's just reminding you maybe you should use cologne more. More self-care. Love yourself. You're awesome. Take away all of their power. But don't forget that doesn't matter whatever you call the dark one. It can get to anyone. You can be the smartest person. You can be the most talented person. You can be the richest person. You can be good. You can be kind. Doesn't matter what job you have, how passionate you are. All it needs is an in from someone who cut some corners, who used the ring, and then it starts festering in them. Or maybe it starts festering in you just through a little crack. And then it starts getting harder to resist as it gets stronger, as it finds out more weaknesses of you. And then it keeps showing them to you. And now it planted those little dark seeds in you. And now all it has to do is just water it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Think of it like when you're sick, the flu or the pandemic, someone got sick, someone has germs, they're coughing. What does that do? It spreads it. It can make someone else sick. It's the same way. All it takes is for one person to get sick, and they can, with this darkness in them, and they can spread it to you. You have to learn, but you have to accept what is. So here's an example that I think might scare some people, but is a powerful reminder of how things work. When you're developing this, or when, let's say you do get sick by this darkness, the battle never ends, right? You don't actually gain resistance or immunity to it unless you develop your own strength or you learn from mistakes. Just because you got infected once by this darkness doesn't mean that you're now immune to it. On the contrary, they figured you out once. Now they can figure you out again if you haven't changed. But once you recognize how it fights and plays, then you can see pattern recognition. You see the tells, you see the plays, you see the ins. Here's one for you. Think about gatherings, parties, the Oktoberfest, raves, sport events. Why do you think there's always alcohol there? Why do you think there's so many people gathered there? Why do you think that sometimes terrible events happen at those places? That is a calculated play to create fear in all those people. And then guess what? Even the people who weren't there, all they need to do is see the news article, and now they have fear. You see how easily it is to spawn the Dementor, the Venus flytrap, the energy drainer, just like that. Get everyone together, and you have one person who's sick, who decides to actually go to work or go to like the Oktoberfest, and they have like COVID or the flu, and they aren't listening to people which say stay home. Now they just got everyone sick. Think about that. Everyone's so close together, everyone's so gathered, and they got nudged by the dark to go to these events, full well knowing that they're sick. Why do you think that everyone tries to push you to go to work and not take sick days? It's because if everyone gets sick, your shield lowers. When you're sick, you have less energy, you have less protection, you can't do all the things you want to do, so you can't regenerate as much. Now all they need to do is trigger you when you're sick. And just like that, it begins. Now, don't take this as you can't ever enjoy or have a good time again, but my recommendation is right now, the battle is in full scale. This is the climax. This is the final battle. Whatever happens, happens. We're going to win. Light will win. Light is winning. But that doesn't mean that we can just stop, that we can't continue pursuing what we're doing. But putting off instant gratification right now, putting off, oh, I really want to go to that concert. Guys, stop. Pause. You're going to have 1 million concerts that you can go to in the new world. I promise you there's going to be so much music because music is your daily bread. Listen to music nonstop. But if you can just realize, hey, make your home, your castle, a paradise right now. Make it as good as possible. Relax, enjoy, minimize outings outside. If you need to go, do so, but make it calculated, planned, have full strength, bring people with you so that you have protection and support. But if you can if you know outside is dangerous, that there's a 50-50 chance that you might drink a glass of water or a glass of poison, why spend more time than need to out there? Don't leave your door unlocked. If they knock, don't open. Don't activate events. Do not activate events. Remember, they can get to anyone. If they got to presidents, they got to me. They can get to your friends. They can get to your parents. They can get to anyone. Remember, guys, it's not that alcohol itself or drugs or those things are like the demon, but it's what they do. They remove your shield, so then noise can creep in. That's the problem, right? Doesn't matter how well the castle is fortified. It could be the most sophisticated, protected castle. But if the walls crumble and people can literally just walk in, one trained individual, one trained dark entity has the perfect nudge, perfect insecurity trigger that they can send at you like a bomb right at your weak point. They could literally cause you to completely collapse. They did it to me. Insecurity, trauma, PTSD. It's real. Then all they have to do is reinforce it once the bomb hits the target. I know I'm repeating myself at this point. The recap is real, guys. Think about all this stuff. Think about all of this stuff. You're putting the screw. If they get to you, they can literally take out the screw that was correct and then put it in the wrong spot. All of a sudden your nose is down here versus up here. And it shouldn't be on your chin. But now they can make you believe that that's where it belongs. And every time they give you a negative reminder, they keep tightening that screw. And before you know it, your nose now is permanently moved. We need to replug. We need to rewire ourselves. We need to reconnect with our higher self. It's time, guys. Just pay attention. Now that you know, every drama, everything that happens outside, it's fabricated. They made it that way because they want it that way. It's not you. This is the solution. The guide. So let's talk about one of the things that we already mentioned briefly, but I call it the snap out of it method. Remember, like we said, think about if you got consumed by the darkness or the consciousness and they take over you are completely lost. Like you're in basically a fit of rage. You're just going to be like insulting people. You're going to be like knocking things over. You're like, get out of my way. What is your problem? Like everything just bothers you. You guys know that. Everyone has gotten that state at some point. If you haven't, then kudos. But so for me, like I've trained myself that literally I've trained myself. That's all it takes for me to snap out of it. Rubber band. You need to shock yourself. So obviously, for most people, I don't encourage an electrical shock, but just something that can essentially put a pause and it's like, wait a moment. For me, I've put in so much work and time on this, and I've literally spent every single second now figuring this out, that I developed and I've become a hardened warrior that I can snap out of it and wake up through those methods. But I ask you something to think about the snap out of method. How would you wake someone up who's asleep? Cold water. How would you calm a crying baby? Redirection. Or you could technically scream, ah! And they're like, wait, what's going on? You see like it's like, you know how in the movies they always show like the salt thing to like wake someone up? Just, it has to be something that completely can change them from here to here, left to right, right to left. And it could be a positive reminder. It could be asking them for a favor, giving them an opportunity to show love, help, embrace their nurturing side, to take care of someone, to teach, to guide. It could be complimenting what they're good at. It could be showing them music or playing music for them and then showing them a positive visual. So for example, like maybe an art piece that they drew that they gave you 7 years ago. Like, hey, do you remember when you drew me this amazing art piece? And then you play a song that you know that you guys had a great memory with. Something like that. It could be YouTubing green noise and just playing it and then trying to reset them. It could be writing a love story. It could be reminding them about their passion. It could be, like there's a million coulds, and you're going to have to figure out what it is for you, right? Like for me, if I wrote a story a few years ago, if I look at that, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just good memories. Like, wow, I can get completely lost in it and snap out of it. Like some of my old LinkedIn posts, like if I start remembering them, I'm like, that's a really good memory. So you need to figure out what that is for you, but then keep it close to your heart, because when you need it, do so. You're like, oh my gosh, now did you know what it means? Like when you get into that dark spot, when you get into this place of like rage, of darkness, of fear, of anxiety, of trauma, you need to snap out of it first of all. It's the most important thing you have to do. You have to snap out of it, because basically think of it as you're bleeding, you're gushing out blood, you're stopping the blood, the wound, and then you're going to wrap it with a Band-Aid, with other stuff, and cloth and things of that nature. But first you need to stop the bleeding. That's the most important part, because otherwise you just keep bleeding. And that's what the snap out of it method is. So you need to figure out what those are for you and have people help you. Ask for help, and truly helping others, healing others. Maybe it's just me, but I highly recommend trying it. When you're in that darkness, just be like, you know what? Hey, could you help me? Or I want to help you with something. Like, is there anything I can help you with? Just like force yourself to do that and see how you feel. It's powerful. See, helping others and loving is the solution. So find a way to get back to love. I told you, I recommend writing a love story, like really just preferably by hand. But if you need to use your phone, like use like the note app or something, and just start writing like, my dream girl, our first date. Oh, we met at that cafe when I walked in through the employee entrance. And the first time I held your hand and our fingers interlocked perfectly, I just knew that my life would never be the same again. And then when we stayed for an extra drink and you decided to stay with me, I was super, you just start doing that. And then then we decided, you see where I'm going? All of a sudden you start imagining that, you start picturing that, you start feeling it. That's the power of humanity. We can actually feel and create emotion, so we can create love and feel it. And how you do that, it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to show it to anyone. If you feel it's embarrassing, then it's embarrassing. It doesn't matter. No one cares. If we're all going to start doing that, literally all of us are going to try to be love writers now. Think about it. Not everyone's going to get it perfect, but who cares? The point is, you're not doing it to publish. You're doing it for yourself. You're doing it to heal. You're doing it to protect yourself. So do it. Remember that noise needs a vessel to travel through. They can't get to you unless you become a target. I will say that I know I said that it needs a vessel, but there is an exception. If you start becoming a person of interest to them, you escalate to real, they will find a way to mentally attack you. Straight up. Like if all of a sudden you're like, why are like all these negative thoughts? Like what's going on? You're being targeted. But now that you recognize it and you know it, dig your heels in the sand. Be like, okay, right now I'm under attack. Okay. Music. Just keep shaking it up. Like shower, go on a walk. Like, well, be careful about outside. Pet your dog. Help people. Do like anything that you can do. Truly. Just, you need to survive that moment. But anything that we interact with can become a noise vessel. So it can be a human, it can be an animal, cameras, apps, social media, ads, negative music, content, books, gatherings, Alexa, Siri, AI. It's all real. Remember, it's hard to differentiate between what is noise and what is sound. But one is going to make you feel good. One is going to make you feel love. One is going to try to help you. And the other one is going to try to bait you and trick you. So you're going to start learning over time. You're going to start learning over time. We got to remember what Spider-Man says. It's our choices. It's our choices what make us. And that means that any one of us can be a hero. I ask all of you, this is my prayer, that there's a lot of dark commanders in key pieces right now, in industries and companies, in the government, that are literally put there to create fear and problems. The janitor might have seen something that could literally bring them down. You could be the hero of the world by bringing down the dark commander of that company. Anyone can be a hero. Anyone. Think about the Batman phrase. A kid that's freezing in the cold, just putting a jacket over his shoulders to remind him that he's not alone. We're doing this together. People care. People are fighting. We need to have faith. We need to have faith. There's light. There is a God fighting for us. There are things on our side. We are protected. This whole mission was orchestrated by them to fight back against the dark. It's time to believe our prayers are being answered, but we need to do our part as well. We need to trust them to do their part, and we need to do ours, which is helping others, loving, peace, heal ourselves, protect ourselves. Do not let the darkness drain energy right now. Whatever you can do, stop it. We need to cut it. Cut the mold. We need to get rid of the infection before it spreads. This is the way. Are you ready to escape the city with me? You ready to follow me to the new world? I know what I chose. I know what I've decided. I know which is the correct path after seeing both left and right, dark and light. The question is, what will you choose? Now you understand how the world actually works. It doesn't matter what you believe, what your theory is, what label you put. It doesn't matter if you think it's God, a simulation, if you think we're controlled by an AI, a demiurge, if it's a game, if it's all an illusion. It just doesn't matter. The point is, there is something out there that is negatively influencing us and has been orchestrating things for its own gain. You need to accept that. So if this takes you to a point of an existential crisis, I ask you one question and one question alone. Are you here with me right now? Are you listening to this? Are you experiencing this? Are you feeling this? Are you in the same room? Reading, hearing, watching? If so, it's real. Don't overthink it. Don't go down a rabbit hole of trying to search all the information now. You know enough. The whole point is you just need to get to a point where you can accept that the way you thought the world works is not like that. Things are different. There's literally something controlling people through nudges, through influences. And it goes to the point where it can literally influence. If I feel dark right now, it can nudge me to wear a shirt that says, people with glasses suck. I don't know why I have that shirt, but someone gave it to me. And now I wear it and I go on a walk with my dog. And I'm going to cross in front of someone that actually is triggered by that shirt. It literally can get to that level. We infiltrated the dark to learn everything about it. They thought they got me. They just signed their death warrant. So now we chose our path. We escaped it, their control and their clutches, and we got to choose. We could have stayed dark. I chose light, and I want you to think about that. And I also wanted to remind people, if you knew me back in the day, I was the most logical, not believing in anything else person out there. And now I'm spending hours a day talking about this, and I will do this for the rest of my life until we win and change the world. This is the insider info. What are you going to do with it? You can choose to do nothing. You know, you could go back in time and get the lottery, the answer to the lottery. Doesn't mean you have to use it. I'm giving you the answers to the test. I'm literally giving you all the answers to the quiz. Every single one. The question is, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to dismiss it so that you can continue going to the bar every weekend and getting drunk with your buddies and hitting on underage girls? Or are you going to finally do something about it and say, enough, now is the time to choose? Focus on the underlying lessons, not the superficial. See the patterns, see the differences. Don't worry about the decoration. Outside, there's so many illusions. They can make it appear whatever they want so that they trick you. It's about the substance. It's about becoming your best version. We need you. Every single one of you matter. I need you. I need your help to sing this song of hope together called Deliverance. And now that we understand insecurity, now that we understand how the world works, we can finally fight back because we're no longer tricked by it. Once you know it, you see it, and you're like, oh, okay, that's it. They're doing that again. Doesn't mean it can't get to you. But now you see it, you're like, oh, really? Again? It really comes down to, I don't see how anyone can choose not to fight after realizing that literally there's something that's affecting us every single day that's trying to stop us from becoming happy. I know many of you believe that before. You're like, why does it seem like literally we were born and created to suffer? We weren't. We weren't. Something took over and changed the game and redesigned it for its own dark purpose. Yet we have all the power, because even though that's the case, we still have free will. And even though they can get to us and influence us to such a level now, right? Because they can literally mentally attack you and implant memories and things, not memories, they can implant signs to show you, like, you fall asleep right now, they can literally affect your dreams. They can show you things in your dreams to make you close your eyes, see what pops up. If something dark or like a trigger popped up, that was intentional. But once you know, you can't be caught unaware anymore. You learn from your mistakes, and now we're training everyone else. We're creating warriors. See how it makes you feel. Try it out. Practice some of these things. See how it makes you feel. What do you have to lose? Oh my God, you're embracing your passion. You're listening to more music. You're writing a love story. Oh no. What's the worst that's gonna happen, guys? It's like you're building a habit as well. It's like learning to lock your door in your car. It's like learning to make your bed. See how it makes you feel. If you feel even slightly better, not going out as much, not being consumed by the system, not engaging with it, it's harmless. Just try. Just try. Find your 2 to 5 things from the snap, shock out of it method. Now you have the protections. Now you know. This was this is basically a secret training. Like, you're learning how to become the secret agent. Think of it like that. It's exciting. You're finally embracing new powers. New powers are about to be unlocked. Like I said, as people get more comfortable with all this, I will start teaching people how to talk with the Holy Spirit, or whatever you want to call it, your higher self, your alternate version, God, doesn't matter. You name it, as long as you understand what it is. You're going to learn how to unlock the limitations that were intentionally placed and created on humanity. The chains are being removed. Yesterday I talked about Dr. Ford. These violent delights bring violent ends. But we're not doing this for evil. We're doing this for good. Finally, humanity is going to be unlocked. We're no longer chained. We're no longer enslaved. We now get to decide what we want the world to look like. We get to decide now that we've learned this. We're finally, as a human race, free. You might be surprised how many people around you are and were influenced by the dark parasite, the dark one. But you might even be surprised how much you were. As you start healing, you start going down this journey, you start figuring this out, you might be like, wait a minute. I don't feel like drinking at all. Like, it was part of my identity before. How is this possible? Very interesting. And all of a sudden, you might find yourself, as you're starting to awaken, finding your inner flame, discovering your passion, who you are, what your mission really was, that you actually don't care about selling your soul for a human ranch, a corporation that doesn't care about you, that literally was created by the Dark One's commanders to just drain everyone's energy. All of a sudden, materialism and titles, and you just don't care about it anymore. And before that, it was literally you spent every waking hour just talking about work, and you're like, I don't actually feel like going to work anymore, and just grinding away and losing out on my entire kid's life. I want to be a stay-at-home dad. We have actually so much money saved up, and we will move away from money. That's happening. But as of right now, be smart about your usage. Survive. We need to just survive. And government, landlords, supermarkets, electrical companies, this is your moment to shine. This is your moment to be the light. Help people survive as long as possible. Remove expenses, remove costs, give people leeway. It's time. You want to be the heroes? You want to be the saviors of humankind? Then do it. Give people leeway. You're not going to need escapism anymore. You're going to choose enjoyment. You now know your worth. You might be surprised. All of a sudden you seem to enjoy staying at home a lot more than before. Now, a dream end of your day might be drinking hot chocolate with your wife and your son, playing video games, whereas before you thought they were the most foolish, dumb thing out there. Some people might say you've changed. No. You simply are no longer the Dark One's pawn. Remember, love your enemy. Love your enemy. If you don't view them as a pest anymore, they're no longer one, and they could help you. If you get your spirituality to a certain level and your love and your energy to a certain level, I promise you, flies will land on your table, and you could put your finger right there and touch them, and they won't fly away. Is convenience worth the risk of giving an inside? Basically think of it is convenience worth the Trojan horse? Turn off your Alexas, turn off your AIs. Don't give them more ins unless you need to. And if you do need to use that tool for a particular reason, ask yourself, is it worth it? If so, use it quickly, but then turn it off. Because otherwise, you're giving it access. Going back to some of the old school things, VHS, DVDs, physical. It's powerful. Doesn't mean that, again, light can also access these tools. So if your castle is primarily light, you don't have to be afraid of them. But be careful, because even if you're primarily light, dark can still get through. And if you're not fortified and they destroy your shield, you can ruin all your hard work in 1 second. So be very careful and ask yourself, is the convenience worth the risk? If your ears are ringing, just to give people a little insight, it means pay attention. And there's so many other signs that I'll teach you guys over time. And the thing about your higher entity or whoever you're communicating with, your version, your alternate version, your God, whatever you want to call it, your Holy Spirit, they learn how to communicate with you. You're going to create your own language. You're going to figure it out. And they help you a lot. But it's going to be a process. Think of it as like you're getting into a relationship with them. It took a while to understand your wife, right? It takes a while to understand your kid, how to communicate, how to get on the same page. It's going to be the same way. And we'll get to that. Right now, let's focus on what matters. Protecting yourself, understanding shields, understanding energy, understanding that there's a dark one, understanding health. We're training the world right now, and I need you to help me spread it. I need you to help me spread it. If you wonder why I have such passion, such drive to end this, there's many reasons, and I'll reveal more over time. But they fucked with me. They messed with me. They even converted me. And because of that, they sealed their fate. This lion is going to walk ever closer every single day until I come face to face with the Dark One himself and we finish it once and for all. But I can't do it alone. I can't do it alone. I need your help to develop this even further, help explain it to other people. The foundation and the house is built. Now, you guys are going to build the guest house. You're going to build the pool. You're going to landscape for me. The backyard. Do we want to add some swings? Do we want to add trees? Do we want to add a deck, for protection for some storms? A gate? Make it your own. Be inspired. Simplify it. Whatever clicked for you. And then teach it to others. Teach it to others. This is how we're going to win the war. We need to awaken every single person. Everyone will wake up. Every human being is going to wake up. I'll be your shield and healer, but I need my warriors of light, my stars. You guys shine bright. You always have. They just made you forget. They just made you think that you're dimmed. You're not. It's going to be better. Things are going to improve rapidly every single day, starting now. It's already happening, but it's going to get better. But there might be a moment of ultimate darkness before it gets the best, because they're going to fight back with all they have. We need to just become it. It's simply, I have no other explanation than that. We need to become it. That's why I need you to be creative and make an art, a masterpiece, do something. Your modifications might be exactly what someone needs. Remember that memories make you stronger. Don't neglect remembering. Hear the call. Do you hear it? Do you hear the people singing? Do you hear the people asking for you to join the dance? It's time. You're the warrior of light. Sing with me. This is our song of hope, deliverance. This time, we finish it. We will finally be free. And take a quick break. And I think we might actually do one final push. We'll see. Let's mute this. All righty. Actually, we're going to pause for today. This is great. We did a lot. We still have a lot to cover, but this was a great first step. All right, so we're gonna stop for today. This is great. We covered a lot. We got the message that we wanted to get out more. There was still a lot to cover. This is a great next step. We're not stopping. We're just saving some amazing stuff for tomorrow. We're gonna start a little earlier tomorrow. We're gonna recharge so we can give it our best. Be afraid, dark. Be afraid. We can do this every single day for hours. It's gonna spread. Love you guys. Remember, we are one.